having roundabouts, and then suddenly you expect me
Sure.
to adapt to change. I can't do that. I'm a white man.
The point is, though, people aren't going to have grown up with roundabouts and know how to use them if we never switch to roundabouts.
I guess.
Like, all growth comes with a, like, painful transition growth phase. Also, hello, welcome to Wildfolk.
Oh god, we're live.
They only cut the tail end of that, so your secret is safe. Nobody has to know that you are opposed to roundabouts, which is a crazy opinion.
This is a message for all of the players and as well as all of the audience. If you're one of those people that tailgates other people, you're dismissed.
Yeah, we actually don't want you in our viewer base if you do that. We enforce a strict stopgap rule in driving on the interstate or in residential areas. If you don't have at least a car length and a half between yourself and the person in front of you, you're a shitty person.
Just kind of as a general rule, if you treat driving as a competitive thing instead of a cooperative thing, you're a bad person.
That's the California way.
Yeah. Anyway, when we left off, you guys were in Everest. You guys were traveling through a secret tunnel network, a big old cave. You've been traveling for a couple of days now, when you stumbled across a big chasm. I'm going to pull us over to the map.
I'm really curious to find out where we cut off for actually being live, because one of the first comments I see is just ... Philo. Like, so I wonder if the only thing that the stream heard is I can't adapt to change. I'm a white man. And thought, oh, just a really really bad take.
That's
before that.
True. I'm going to pause this for a second so I can do a recap and then we'll get going. Oh boy, it's so dark out there. How am I supposed to show the recap when it's so dark out there? That's fine. We can use our imaginations. They were traveling through a cave when they found a very big chasm with signs of dead dragons. Enormous dragon skeletons whose necks had been wrapped around with this thick, kind of a dark iron-looking barbed chain. They found indications, though, that the big dragons did not die of strangulation, but instead continued to fight. And this was later sort of confirmed for them when they found the body, or just the severed hand, of someone, some humanoid, who was clutching a Cyrillian holy symbol of Aeva, which served as kind of like a sending stone sort of thing, but it only worked when it saw the sun, and so there was a message stuck inside of that holy symbol. The message indicated that there were a bunch of Cyril agents who were coming through this place, who encountered undead dragons, and the chains didn't suffocate them because they were undead. They don't need to breathe. The message also indicated that these enormous chains were sort of supernatural. It certainly seemed like that to all of you when you investigated them. And it confirmed, or at least suggested, that the chains had been summoned by an angel of Balus, the god of dominion. I think that is kind of all that you guys got from that message. I want to be careful not to provide more information than you actually found. However, you continued until you found a secret entryway into a little bunker over here. In this bunker, you found 3 enormous giant bats who attacked, and then when they were each defeated, kind of burst into this glob of blood and revealed that there was a person inside of each of those bats, or that they had been transformed into bats, or something to that effect. The people appeared to be Cyril agents, although they had sharp fangs and attacked and were basically just vicious thralls, vicious undead thralls. You guys fought and defeated them, and that is pretty much right where we left off and where we're going to pick up. There's the body of one of these thralls right in between Jane and Branch, and another one down the hall that tried to flee and got basically time-bombed with a psychic time bomb from, I believe Jane was the one who did that spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. And then just collapsed on the floor over there. And we'll pick up there. What do you guys do?
Fun fact, Jane cast that spell in session 2.
I haven't I haven't felt that pulse in a while, right?
It's been about 5 minutes or so, yeah. I know that we have spent... Actually, it's been a little longer than that, because you guys studied the chains.
It feels longer, yeah.
Yeah, obviously, 18 seconds of combat takes 3 hours of real-world time, but I believe you guys spent about 10 or 15 minutes studying the chain, came around the corner, studied the cavern for another 5 or 10 minutes, and then came up here and fought. So it's been about half an hour, and you've not felt another pulse.
Okay. That gives me some hope. I'm going to search the perimeter real quick to make sure we're not under attack or someone's gonna jump out.
Understood.
And then I'm going to start healing people.
Perfect. Sounds good. Give me a perception check for, like, this area, unless you are wandering elsewhere.
Yeah, keeping this small area would be good. Do you want to
Can I investigate?
Sure, go and give it to me blind.
You know, none of this sounds familiar to me. I'm not supposed to be here today.
Yeah, we said that.
What was that,
is this one another joke? Are you fucking with me? But yeah, no, it's Pinned and Wildfolk. You're on next week. We love you.
I love you too.
Love you, Biscuit.
Naraf, you listen carefully, and it appears to be pretty quiet in here. There's no signs of, like, things that are lurking in hidden corners. There's a lot of stuff in here. The map is not quite giving it justice. There are piles and piles of boxes and barrels and supplies and crates in here, a little bit more than is shown on the map. So theoretically, something could maybe be behind or hiding behind those boxes and barrels, but you'd have to, like, start really moving things around to thoroughly check the whole place.
While he's doing that, can I investigate the corpses to see if like can I take their uniforms and do they have anything on them?
Absolutely. Give me a perception check.
Do that for me, bitch.
Oh, right.
Please.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's me today. Here we go.
You're branched today.
I'm branched today.
No.
It means you can be a real asshole and everybody's fine with it.
You do find that they have their Cyril cloaks. They look to be a fine make. They're probably worth a little bit, although they are just fucking soaked in blood and also a little tattered from combat. They each appear to be wearing just some simple kind of padded quilt cloth armor. Underneath, they have basic weapons, a couple of daggers. The thing that is very noticeable is that 2 of these bodies also have more of the little message stones on them.
Gotcha. Can we take both of them? And like, I want any of that drip branded with Cyril O'Brien stuff on it. Okay.
Absolutely.
If I can like, get it off without difficulty.
Yeah, easy enough.
Hello?
They each have like a little necklace amulet of a holy symbol.
Okay.
They have it's kind of like golden accessories, cufflinks and stuff that would be worth a little bit, but more importantly, they do have like the Cyril insignia on them, the national symbol.
Nice.
So yeah, you've got little bits of evidence and things that are specifically tied to Cyril.
I can't remember if there was like a roll associated with this last time. Can we like listen to the message to get the messages?
There is a roll. It's a pretty easy one. It's just like a DC 10 Arcana to reactivate it without like destroying the message inside.
I can't fail unless I roll a natural 1. That's not going to happen.
Can possibly happen. Hey, that's great. So the one on the corpse right next to you, the first one that you find, you should be able to double click it, I think, and actually add it to your inventory if you want. But it reads...
Oh.
Light and glory. We've found a hidden cache in a structure built into the subterranean passage. The most obvious entrance is at the bottom of a ravine, opposite of an aquifer. Within the structure are a number of supplies, temporary sleeping accommodations, and a small armory. The bunker appears to be some sort of emergency shelter, presumably to be used in event of a siege. The presence of a secret chamber behind a pair of hidden doorways, however, suggests that there is more to this place. We sense great evil from a dark stairwell within that chamber, akin to what we sensed at Luteon shortly before they became uncooperative. After what meager divination I can manage in our current state, I'm confident that the magics are the same, whatever they are. For now, our priority is the continuation of the current work. We'll set off as soon as the poison has run its course, but perhaps this place ought to be investigated afterward.
Intriguing. I'm going to assume, like if Jane has to handle this stone for a moment to get it to activate.
For sure.
I know afterwards there was a little bit of tension from Branch when I took the last one, so she will kind of extend it over to Branch if he wants to hold on to it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
It is
I'll
also
take it.
worth mentioning that these voices are in Cyril, and I think Kaz speaks it. I don't know if anybody else speaks it.
So I do
I
not.
speak.
Okay, then yeah, Branch would be able to translate, and I'm pretty... Let me double check, Kaz.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, so the two of you guys can
Don't
translate.
double check me. I'm here.
That's right. You are here. So unless both of you refuse to translate, you guys do all eventually get that message.
Yeah, I translated.
And then
Yeah.
Jane will just say, "Don't let the sun touch it unless you want that message going out to who it was meant to go to.
Right.
As soon as it's out in the sun, it goes where it was meant to go."
We know who it's going to.
Can I tell that fact? I think I did this check last time. I can't remember.
You sure did. It is being sent to Lucy and Remus.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah, and also Lucy and Remus.
Ugh. Gross. I have more use for these than you might, honestly. I got a contact who might really like them.
The Inquisitor?
Nah,
No, Lucian Remus. That's one of the Inquisitors, right?
So I believe this concerns a number of people. She kind of looks at Kaz with the mention of the Luteon.
yeah.
But doesn't have much to do with me. If you want, I can stick it in my bag of holding so it's safe from the sun, or if you want to hold it, it doesn't matter to me.
If it's all the same to you, I think I'll hold on to this.
Hey,
I also have a legally distinct bag of holding.
Who doesn't?
It'd be pretty peasant at this point to not have one, right?
And about this
Everyone looks at French.
How much could a spacious pouch be? $10?
I'm sorry, I keep fucking forgetting to buy them, okay?
We'll pick one up for
That-
even a nice color.
Such an especially fitting thing for Cass to say.
point, yeah, it sure is.
I keep forgetting that I'm playing the most obnoxious rich person I ever have.
And
Can I
then,
go see what's over here?
yeah, so Rohan, just a second. There was also the other corpse down the hall, which also had another stone on it, if you want to decipher that one.
Oh, yes. Do I need to roll again?
Yeah.
How long does this take? Because I'm using 10 minutes to heal people each.
You can probably get one round of 10-minute healing in there if you'd like, while this is all going on.
Right. The worst is Branch, so Branch gets this.
I get this?
Yeah, you heal 26.
Oh, hell yeah.
It kind of looks you over.
DM?
Yeah, you have to heal.
Oh,
them.
right, yeah, I'll heal you. 26 points. Perfect. Sorry, I'm also pulling this item out and
That's
copying
okay.
the text.
Do you want
Oh, okay.
one of
I didn't realize that they were in that thing that I could click.
Yeah.
Pop in the chat box.
Perfect, okay. All right, Branch is healed.
It's good for chat. 26.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
This one... Or no, go and
At
finish
the end
the
of
healing.
that, at the end of that, Kaz can have 18 HP as the flask recharges. And then, until we have more, unless we have more time, I'm gonna keep doing it.
Perfect, sounds good. After that first wave of healing, Jane is able to get the third stone working, and then Kaz and Branch are able to translate. And it reads, Light and Glory. The cache mentioned by Brother Solanam includes a shard of moonstone, as suspected. The wide area object location ritual is still unreliable, but I have faith that its efficacy in locating stones will improve with ongoing prayer and guidance. For now, the angel has demanded he hold the stone, at least temporarily, in exchange for his continued cooperation. The angel speaks of openly resuming negotiations once we can see the sun and reestablish contact, and graciously continues to allow our debt to accrue, faithful that we shall repay it after our mission is successful. I have faith in this mission, and in the Taming Initiative as a whole, but I confess I prefer the company of her angels over his. It brings me some solace to know that someday soon we may be able to simply divine the location of more stones without needing the cooperation of Thernaliax and others like him.
Taming.
After... When the name Salanea comes up, Branch, visibly snarls. And then... Nice to know that they're under the heel of someone else.
They're taming other gods' angels and tracking down Moonstone. Oh, how very industrious of Sylvia.
Does that name mean anything to me, Seleneon?
You can give me a very difficult history check, and also for you, Brand. all elven names kind of sound the same. This one is Silean. It's not Silenea. It's not the deacon at your church. It's some other elf.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's my
mind, it
fault for
doesn't
making
happen.
all of the elves have the same name.
I have a more kind of deep backstory question.
Yes.
The High Empress or whatever Queen of Cyril is Remus?
The current High Queen of Cyrillin is Lothlaenis Remus, correct?
Yeah. Was this the same one from 350 or so years ago?
It sure is, yes. She has reigned the entire time, and it is presumably the same woman.
She didn't have family back then that I was aware of. I feel like Athen would be very, I don't know, connected with what she's doing, considering, she kind of made my dad go back to being crazy.
Oh boy, give me a society check.
It's not gonna be good.
I believe in you. This is honestly not too hard for you specifically, but we'll see if you get it. It's probably like a DC 10 for you.
Oh, is it a person? It's an esoteric lore then.
Yeah, it's esoteric. Yep, it's a person, I should say.
Yeah. It's a +5 then.
Okay. You would be keenly aware of this because after... Oh, I gotta be careful how much I say here. After the events that happened in Del Muerto, there were a lot of politics that kind of unfolded as a result of that. You would be aware that after the house was attacked, after the assassination, the Queen Lothlaenis Remus, took credit for it. She completely said, yeah, that was my strike team. I sent a bunch of spies in there. We dealt with the problem. We defeated this evil necromancer. We reclaimed the things that were stolen from us. And as part of that, like, self-aggrandizing, we did it. One of the things
untrue.
One of the things that she did was, and also as a... Let me go read exactly how I worded this so that I don't put it the wrong way. Give me 3 minutes. Just a second.
No problem. If you could post it as well.
Yeah, I'll post it too. Double checking. Here we go.
I also speak Cyril.
Oh, excellent. Everybody but here Jane does. Perfect.
Oh, then we all probably
Okay.
we
She's got
probably
Wuha.
purposely exclude her.
Don't make
She
me cast
probably-
magic about this.
She probably knows the most languages out of us.
I
Oh,
thought
not
you
this
comprehend
one though,
languages.
huh? Real shame.
Wow.
Can we turn a dial on Jane and make her speak like Singaporean or whatever?
It's like Buzz
Probably.
Lightyear learning Spanish.
Or
going into
she
Spanish
hits her
settings.
head too hard and get a completely different accent.
There's like real old timey style AM radio dial on the back of Jane's head under all her hair.
Yep,
And
that's
you
true.
turn it to the right spot. She says, "The Bluetooth device has been connected successfully."
It's clearly the nipples. They're dials.
Oh no!
Oh no!
I'll
Okay.
never find them.
So that is a 23 after your lore?
Yeah.
Okay, on a critical success then, you know this story pretty well because it was kind of touted by a lot of people as a possible motive for what the Queen was really up to with all of this. After Lothlaenis performed this revenge attack against the Desolate King, she, as a... how do I even put this? She was like, okay, this small house, this little Vesper house that was killed for this attack, poor Vesper house, and especially poor the people that were about to get married. There was a huge political marriage that was about to happen over there, and now she's dead, so like, oh, the husband, the groom, has nobody to marry. I'll go ahead and take him for myself. I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and marry this person, this Lilin Calais. Lilin Calais became Lilin Remus, the king. A few years later, they had a son named Anastasia, and as that son was revealed to the public, Lilin kind of publicly announced, by the way, I have an adopted son from before we got married. This adopted son is Wolven. He's like half Wildfolk. Please don't kill him. I know he's technically a bastard, but he's royalty now, right? And really like played on sympathy. And eventually he was allowed to live. A few years later, Lilin was murdered by the Spirit Weavers. Or at least that's who the Queen blamed. The Queen said that there had been an assassination by the Spirit Weavers, specifically by Aemar, Ruko's brother. They came in and killed the king. And that is kind of where your knowledge of that story stops.
What's the timing on this?
Sorry, yes, I did. So there's a big gap between when
Yeah,
the
I'm
sun was
sorry, like,
revealed
what?
and when
Sorry?
the king. Right, sorry, big old gap. So all of the sun is revealed. They have a bastard. Then several hundreds of years pass, and then recently, a few years, like I think it was 8 or 9. I'd double check the timing on that in a second. Recently, the king was assassinated, was murdered by Aemar. So that is what you know about the queen having a husband.
So Lilin recently died.
Correct, was
And
recently
Lilin
assassinated.
was from a long time ago as well.
Lilin was from a long time ago. Lilin was
They're both
originally...
elves.
Correct, both elves.
Yeah,
Lilin
okay.
was originally scheduled to marry into House Vesper, Thalia Vesper.
Okay.
And then Thalia was killed in the attack, so the queen was like, okay, come here, Lilin, I'll take
do
you.
it.
Yep, exactly.
Poor noble man. You lost so much. I'm so benevolent. Marry me. I'm the queen.
Right. Yep, you got it.
Politics. He doesn't like comment. He's just bandaging people up and making sure these bites don't get infected.
Good call.
While you're
I'm checking
Be a
to make
vampire,
sure.
right?
Yeah,
Got
I'm
enough shit going on.
I'm checking to make sure that you're not double cursed.
If I have to cut myself off of garlic right now, I'm just going to kill myself tonight.
Don't worry about it. We'll make sure you can get some. There's actually a lot of garlic alternatives for the reason.
I just glare at you.
All we gotta do is not invite him into a room with sharp knives in it, and we'll be fine.
Sharp knives are fine.
What you got any like undead protection shit for us? It looks like that's just been happening here apparently.
Undead protection.
Something that can help us defend against that shit, you know? He mentioned something happening up that staircase.
Well, it hasn't happened in some time.
Oh, yeah.
So, which specifically?
Just something to help. I didn't know this shit. You're like the expert, though.
Any kind of sage or something we can burn to deter undead, but maybe not you?
For vampires specifically, listen, there's so many kinds of undead, so many deterrents. I carry a bit of it with me. I don't know if I can share them with you.
Can we at least send you up first? As a little,
Sure.
like, shit. Alright. What about you?
They won't find much blood to suck from you, right? You're
Yeah.
also
Specifically.
you're also
can't
very
believe it.
capable and strong, so I think you should lead.
You don't have to butter me up. At least let me finish healing you first.
Okay, real quick. Jane, do you wait for more healing, or do you go explore?
I'll go poke around this corner, see what I can see while they're in there healing and chit chat.
I'm going to stop you right here, then. As you're walking down this hallway, the first thing you see is that on your right, there is like a little armory. There's just like a weapons rack and a little bit of an armor rack. There's nothing amazing on it. They look kind of big, kind of burly, like big people wore all this weapon and used these armors. But none of it is particularly like expensive or impressive. It's just basic supply. However, to your left, around this corner, you see a large chamber, almost like a warehouse. And you start to see a little bit of a flickering red light from within that chamber. Give me what is your passive perception?
Just real quick, I do have detect magic up, and my passive perception is 14.
Understood. Nothing magical in the rack. I know we answered this between sessions. Detect magic does not go through walls until you reach level 8. When you can use it almost like smell. So nothing visibly magic, nothing that you can sense with magic. And let's see, range 30 feet, 10, 20. Yeah, as you're poking your head kind of around this corner to the left, there are big pings of magic. And you see little bits of red light that are kind of coming from over here-ish in this room. It's up to you if you want to try to peek well enough to see what it is, but at the very least you can see red light.
Yeah, I think Jane, being ultra inquisitive and curious, will like kind of say out loud, "There's something magic back here," but she doesn't stop to wait. She still walks around the corner.
Okay, as you walk around the corner there, what you find is a large warehouse with a couple of tents that have been set up, a well in the left corner, 4 pillars that kind of run from floor to ceiling, and some cots along the back wall, some shelves with books in the corner, a couple of barrels with just like water and supplies. However, that is not the most interesting thing in the room. The most interesting thing in the room is that at a little table, there is a crowd of things, of creatures. The biggest one, the one that is shedding the most light, appears to be vaguely humanoid, but tall, maybe 7 or 8 feet tall, with curled, dark horns that come up from his brow and then curl around like ram's horns. Red skin. He has 4 arms, each of which ends in a large crab-like claw. And you can see that there are black chains wrapped around his body. The only things that he is wearing are these black chains, and they kind of come up behind his shoulder blades, and then fan out or furl out almost like wings behind him. He is currently sitting at this table with a bit of a smirk on his face, with some playing cards in a couple of his hands, and across from him at the table are 3 smaller creatures, which look kind of like him, but more impish, more diminutive, little critters with little black kind of tridents or pitchforks that are tilted against the table, and each of them are also holding a handful of cards in their hands.
They have itsy bitsy pitchforks.
They do. They have itsy bitsy pitchforks.
I have 2 questions.
Yes.
One, can I have refocused during the time that we were doing all
You
those
had 10
messages?
minutes. Yep.
And dude, you get all your focus points back or just one?
With the remaster, I believe you get them all back.
Delightful. And then do I know what kind of creatures these are?
Give me a religion check.
Religion, you say?
Yeah. I mean, you can draw any deductions you want, but as for actually specifically what they are, who the hell knows? Some sort of demon, devil, angel thing. Hard to say.
Okay. Do they seem to have seen me entering this room?
Yeah, you kind of just like called out aloud and walked around the corner. And you see that the little ones kind of turn and look, and you kind of have this like, they almost reach for their pitchforks, but the big one's like, yes. Come in, please. Would you like to play?
Sorry, Sylvia was talking to me. What did he ask?
Come in, please. Would you like to play?
She'll like. Can I do like an insight check?
Sure. Give me perception.
Deception. Oh, good. I'm bad at this.
Really hard to read. They, at the very least, the little ones reach for pitchforks, like their like immediate responses to attack. The big one kind of like puts a hand, like no, let's talk, and then turns and says that to you.
Okay. Are they the source of the magic that I was detecting?
Yeah, you see that there's little bits of conjuration magic, and especially coming from the chains wrapped around the big one.
Okay. And point of clarification on the chains: is he like chained down, like he's like chained to something, or just he has chains dangled on him?
Just kind of wrapped around him. He doesn't appear to be like bound to anything.
Sorry, one moment. Looking for a note.
Mm-hmm.
Are you Bayless?
Oh, heavens, no. My name is hard to pronounce, but... And then he pronounces. And it comes through as this just discordant cacophony of terrible, almost like screaming whistle noises. But that is a mouthful. You may simply call me B. B is fine. I serve Bayless.
I understand. So you were the one that was working with these Cyrillels?
Oh, were you not with them? I assumed that help had finally shown up for them. A little late, I'm afraid, but, yes, I knew them. I was cooperating with them. Shame what happened to them, really.
What did happen to them, do you know?
Say
they, became something else.
I do, but I don't like to give away my bargaining chips for free. Tell me, what do you know? What can you do for me?
I am not entirely sure. What is it that you want?
How do you feel about a few years of service? You seem to be a talented mage, at least. I could use some of that. If nothing else, maybe delivering a message. I'd like to go back home, but until my job here is fulfilled, I am afraid I'm bound to continue my work, and I can only play cards with these little idiots so many times before it gets droll.
I'm afraid I don't have 2 years to spare.
A shame. Well, it's a real shame then. I have no idea what happened to them. Damn shame.
She'll, like, do a little peek around the corner to see what everybody else is up to, as she's not making any effort to, like, speak quietly back here or anything, so I assume everyone hears this conversation.
Yeah, the rest of you guys back there see Jane kind of comes around the corner and then just openly starts talking to someone. What do you guys do?
Oh, someone done there?
Miss Jane?
Yeah, think I found the guy with the chains they were working with.
And what?
The
Like
hostile?
Not imminently.
Okay.
That's where she, like, hasn't drawn a weapon or anything, but she's standing there, like, keeping her detect magic up, and I don't know, doesn't look like she's relaxed.
We can. Branch definitely goes over the look.
Yeah, same.
If Branch goes over, he's like, oh, I was touching. Okay, fine. We'll move over there.
As you guys come over and join, you see the same thing. This kind of big, almost warehouse-sized sleeping area. Look like some very primitive accommodations, something that could serve as like an emergency shelter if needed. There's a little well in the corner, some tents, some cots, a table, and a bunch of little imps playing cards with a big old devil dude. Oh, good, there's many of you. We could probably get some proper spoons going. Have you played spoons?
Like the instrument?
No, like the game. You know what? Never mind.
Can I roll to see if I've heard of Spoon?
Sure, and it's probably an easy check for you. You, the character, are a pirate, and you, the person, are from the Midwest, so I'm gonna give you a meta bonus.
I assume I know what Spoons is, but I probably call it something else.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
What's
I had so
Corpse.
forgotten about spoons until this conversation. Like, for years, I had forgotten about spoons.
Never heard of spoons in real life.
what am I rolling?
Oh my god, do you have Underworld
Piracy,
lore, I guess?
sailing, yeah, I've got
sure.
Underworld.
That seems like it might be your best angle to it, otherwise it would just be like society.
Underworld.
You've heard of it, you never took the time to learn it.
Also, if this gets, like, aggressive, currently my weapon is in its sledgehammer form.
Understood. Jane knows spoons for sure.
Tell me what Spoons is.
Probably don't know many card games, so I'm going to roll society with my regular one.
I prefer things on the simpler side. You know, like blackjack and shit like that.
Right. If for Rafik in particular, it's probably less... It's probably that you know so many... Like, there are so many games that get played in Delaware, it's so that it all just gets lost. They focus on a game for a week and then immediately move on to the next game. It's a constant swirl of trying to entertain themselves.
There's so many card games. Are these the ones with the little monsters in them?
Spoons is kind of like musical chairs, but with cards. You put spoons out on the table, and there's one too few spoons for how many people are at the table. And everyone's waiting for one person to get four of a kind, and when they do, everybody tries to grab a spoon real fast, and whoever doesn't get one's out.
When was this invented?
No, I've been playing
I
it
get
for
the
hundreds
exact
of
year it
years.
was invented.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
So this is
It
like
sounds familiar.
So this is like Egyptian rat screw, but less violent.
We get very violent over it sometimes, but yes.
We probably do not call it spoons.
I thought it was like Mumbledy Peg, but with spoons instead of knives.
Our friend here was interested in trading information, but I don't know that we have anything to offer. At least nothing the price I'm willing to pay.
Well, he just told us something. He's been down here hundreds of years. I don't think anything he has to tell us could be useful. Could even be useful.
Well, he worked these Cyrilo folks. Presumably he might know some things about that.
Hundreds of years ago, I'm guessing.
I'm exploiting their vulnerability.
Understood.
Both the big one and the small one.
Sure, give me a knowledge check. Also, just
So here's
because it may have been a miscommunication on my part, he said that he has been playing spoons for hundreds of years.
Oh, okay. Fuck.
That's for the big one, and this is for the small one.
Okay.
Plus 5 was 18. I don't know if that I don't think that succeeds.
Well,
Oh wait, PWL is different.
Oh, wait, let me make sure I got that on. Narafi, as you take a moment to study this conversation, you are extremely confident that these are all angels or devils, depending on your perspective, of Balus, the god of Dominion. They have all of the classic tropes, especially the claw hands, the crab hands, the chains. It all lines up. It's very obvious. They are not trying to hide their identity. You would know that the big one in particular is mentioned in some religious texts that you've studied. You know, what do you get for free? It's their, like, weaknesses and immunities?
Here, exploit vulnerability. You can attempt mortal weakness. Here, let me click this so you can read it.
Yeah, look at their
Here's esoteric lore and dubious knowledge.
Blessed be. And dubious knowledge. Okay, perfect. Here we go. An important fact about the creature, landing its highest weakness. Okay.
Also, exploit vulnerability itself has more text.
It sure does. I'm looking through here. I really should do a Cliff's Notes thing, but
critical success and a success.
Yep. All of the resistances, weaknesses, any unusual weaknesses, vulnerabilities. Cool. Perfect. You learn that all of these critters are going to be very weak to holy damage. Any sort of divine damage that comes from a god that is antithetical to the concepts of dominion, of slavery, of exploiting the labor of somebody else. This is a god who takes pleasure in making other people subjugated to his will. He likes to capture and use people rather than defeat or destroy them. Any god that opposes that would do extra damage to him. You also learn that they are immune to fear and poison. Their weakest save is fort. On a crit success for the big guy, you would know that he can speak all languages. He has very good vision, able to see through most illusions instantly and automatically. Fights with chains, really likes to trip people up, really likes to make people do his bidding in combat.
Makes sense.
Yep.
I don't tell anyone this right now because it's kind of sus that someone is suddenly telling their friends your weaknesses.
right, for sure. The little
But
guys,
if ever it comes down to it.
The little guys you know a little bit less about. They're just not the heroes of the story, so not much. They're kind of like, in all the stories, they're described as, and they slew 700 imps. Like, they don't talk about what the imps actually did.
Yeah.
But you suspect that they have most of the same weaknesses. You know that because they're likely to spend more of their time in the hells, they are likely resistant or immune to fire. You imagine those tridents are not great. You imagine they can probably see well in the dark.
The big guy immune to fire?
Big guy is not immune to fire.
Okay. But the small ones are interesting.
Correct, yeah.
Can I think I know the answer to this question, but just to make sure, do just a quick identification on the magic that I'm detecting? Is it just like these creatures are magical?
Absolutely. Give me Arcana. Or, Arcana is what you do.
Cool. Versus, like, I don't know if they have a spell on them or if they're an illusion or whatever.
That is very good. You're actually able to kind of start subtly reading some of the arcane auras that are coming off of all of this stuff. The most obvious one is that they all have sort of an aura of conjuration about them. They're clearly not from this plane, and there's a little bit of a lingering magic that keeps them here. It's a semi-permanent effect. You imagine it could be like suppressed but not totally dispelled. But there's a something that is keeping them bound here. And with your critical success, you learn that the something that's keeping them bound here is in fact a deal that they have made, a duty that they have made. They were brought here to do a job, and until that job is finished, they cannot go back. They are bound to finish their job here. You also learn that the chains themselves are conjured from the outer planes. They are of divine origin. They likely are capable of doing some weird shit in combat, some magical stuff. There's a little bit of transmutation and a lot of conjuration on them.
Okay.
And a critical success, actually, you would be able to tell that the chains themselves can do like a little bit of a mind control effect if you get caught in them.
Makes sense. Does it seem that he is like caught in them, or he just like has them?
No, and actually he kind of stands up at one point and goes over and just like draws some water from the well and then brings back over and sits down. He seems like he could go anywhere at any time.
Right, makes sense.
He's not.
As I'm like studying him, watching while he like walks back and forth, I'll say, "You can't go home until your job's done."
Yes, that is the nature of it. Time passes slowly in this droll place.
What exactly was your job? Maybe it's something we could help you finish.
Give me a diplomacy. Good. We can finally play. Well, originally I was sent to help assassinate a dragon by the name of Threnaliax. This was a few years ago. But things went a little bit hairy as we traveled through this secret passageway, and all of the people who were supposed to help kill him passed away. They ran into some guards that they were simply not equipped to handle. I helped them with that fight, but I was honor-bound not to cure the bizarre condition that came over them after the fight. They started to go feral, they started to show signs of succumbing to another's will, and I would never interfere with that process. To actually get me home, I would either need a message to be sent to Cyrillin that their mission has failed through no fault of my own, or the dragon would need to be slain. So if you feel up for doing either of those, just as easy as sending a message to Cyrillin.
What would you offer in return?
You realize what you're asking, right? I'll turn to Jane.
Just curious.
Real quick, because of diverse lore, this also counts as if I've succeeded on a recall knowledge check on them.
Okay.
And I can ask a question. According to this, I think it's critical success, and the success just means I succeed.
Right.
So there's no critical success for the diverse lore.
All right.
This is for everyone. What one question do you want to know about this fellow?
If a creature belonging to Bayless helps you in any way, do they have dominion, even if it's indirect help?
Is this the question that everyone wants to ask?
Yeah, I think that works. It's I think going for the same angle. Is it just an objectively terrible idea to talk to or make a deal with this guy in any way?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll lock into that.
Perfect. With your diverse lore, almost every single story about Bayless and his angels involves bargains for power, and in exchange you owe some power to Bayless. Usually they ask for it's less about monetary things or possessions or goods, and more about, they're going to come back and ask a favor of you, and you must do that favor when they come back. And they're very lawyery, they're very legalese. They are, perhaps more than any of the various Hellenic gods, one of the most archetypical devilish. They love to be very binding with their contracts. They love to really spell things out by the letter.
It's like Edus, but evil.
Yeah, kind of a little bit. They're a very lawful order. They are not... How do I put this? They sure do love to enslave people. That's pretty fucked up. If they find an opportunity to enslave you, he will do it. That is his prerogative. That's his MO. However, he's more interested in doing it by the books because that feels better to Bayless, is when he can kind of ensnare you in a trap.
Their
However,
edicts and stuff make it feel so much better for them.
I'll also tack one more thing on here real quick. You've got him in a position where he's the one that needs a favor. And Jane is very aptly asking what you guys will get in return. It seems that his end of this deal is you guys have to do this job for me. You guys have to tell Cyrillin that the mission failed so I can go home. And frankly, that doesn't sound too bad. You can do whatever you want with that. When Jane asks what he can offer in exchange for this, he goes over and fetches a little leather pouch and sets it down on the table and starts to thumb through things. The first thing that he pulls out is a book. It is worn. It looks like it has been a little bit singed around the edges, like it survived a fire. Why don't we start with a little information about what happened to the Cyrillin agents that came here? How does that sound? Information for a message. It seems trivial, right?
Jane will kind of fold her arms in front of her and look over to, like, Kaz and to, I guess, mostly Branch.
Yeah, I was...
She doesn't really care about this information, but I know others do.
We're not codifying anything yet. You want a deal, you get a contract out.
Oh, I thought you would never ask. And he kind of like raises a hand and like snaps his fingers, and there's a gout of flames that rises up from his palm, and this scroll kind of elegantly gets ripped through a portal to the hells. There's the tearing and the sound of fire and screaming as he withdraws it, and then a feather with this like black feathered quill. Yes, I'll get to work on drafting. Yeah.
Yeah. Could we have some time to heal up our wounds first? We are kind of beat up, and he just nods at everyone to go, like, please enjoy your card game for a little bit longer.
Of course,
Perhaps
I have
you
all
can
the
try
time in the world.
Fish? How many games are there?
Jane will, as he makes this contract and Rafi starts to like usher us out of the room for a moment, she'll just say, as far as I can tell, if I'm reading this room right, we could bury this place and you would be stuck here for eternity. Forever's a long, long time. Maybe there's a little more than just a burnt old book you could give us.
Do you say this to him?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
Then she'll turn to go meet with the rest of the party at the hall.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rafi's like, okay. I mean, Rafik, this time is once he's away from the sight line, he does that. I'm like, oh shit, oh fuck, that is an angel of me.
Relax, he can't do shit.
Yeah, he doesn't have any leverage. If he was
I know.
Curtis, he would already.
Not
I
until
know.
you signed anything, right?
Yeah, no, it's like, oh, that was close. You chose your words very, very well. And he just like tells everyone what the deals are. You know? What's their deal to better help them word their shit and make decisions?
I think we're in a unique position here in that,
Yeah.
like I said,
He needs
doesn't-
a favor.
Right. He doesn't have any leverage. We're his only option. He's playing it cool, but he's been sitting down here for God's only know how long, and has no choice but just continue sitting down here and rotting until somebody stumbles upon him and agrees to help him out. I can't imagine there's a whole lot of passers-by in these halls. I'm just saying, I feel like we've got all the leverage here.
He's gonna find some way to warm it into his favor, though. I wouldn't risk it. Listen,
Frankly, there's nothing that I need from him. He's not like he's gonna teach me the secrets of chronomancy. God's more powerful than his can't figure it out. He certainly can't. But if other people need information or something from him.
Where are you having this conversation? It's just right around the corner?
We're going far. I've taken them to a different room.
Over in the storeroom?
Yeah, basically. If there's a door, he'd close it.
Understood. I'm going to ask for honesty from all of you. Are you whispering? How quietly are you having this conversation?
Rafi has, Rafiq has brought people to be quiet, and he has his voice down.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the
I don't know what
intent,
everyone else is doing. Yeah.
the intent of this conversation was to have it far enough away that he was not going to be able to overhear us.
Understood. Okay.
So I'm certainly keeping my voice down.
All right. Okay.
And to distract them while we're having this conversation, Cackles is going to trot up to the table and take a seat. Like, hey, what you guys playing?
No, his soul.
The big guy kind of like grabs one of the extra chairs. Oh, good, wonderful. It's been a long time since we've had 5. We're just doing blackjack at the moment. Any good at that?
How high do I got to count for that one?
21, and not one step over.
Cackles just kind of like stares down at his paws. I don't gotta sign anything, right?
No, of course not. The contract is simply in placing a bet.
You said contract.
Well, yes, of course. There's no sense in playing for no stakes, is there?
Yeah, but you said contract.
Yes, of course. all games have a contract, a social contract of sorts.
That's a bad word.
Oh no. Who taught you that nonsense? Contract is an amazing word. It protects us. It gives us armor against those who would beguile or mislead.
Oh, my friend Kaz told me that.
Well, you should tell your friend Kaz that maybe contracts would help him from getting swindled.
My friend Kaz told me that when people get swindled, he gets even. So I don't think he's got to worry about paperwork.
Well, solving things with violence, as is typical. He slides a couple of cards over to Cackle. I'll tell you what, why don't you play the first one for free, just to see how you like it? Meanwhile, back in the room, you guys are having this conversation.
I'm curious as to why 3 serial agents turn into fucking vampires on their way up to...
Right.
But I'm not sure if it's enough to warrant any help from that guy.
Yeah, I don't know how much this isn't clues that we just can't piece together ourselves. The recordings mention poison in their veins that was worsened by being in this place. It seems like that's probably what they succumbed to.
The question is, where did they get these poison, I suppose?
Right. I'm just also not sure, based on the little context we have, that this guy's even going to know that. It seems like they just summoned him to help kill some dragons.
Yeah.
But
I'll also say, maybe we keep this away from Finn and Darwin. Given what they're not only asking of them, I'm not sure if they're gonna think clearly about how to deal with Bayless in order to kill the bastard that stole their daughter from them.
that's a fair point.
But no, I don't think worth risking anything to set this guy worth it. Unless you have another deal you want to make with him, I'll look at Kaz and Arafi. In which case, I'm here to read the fucking contract for you.
My only other thought, and this is just thinking out loud, is if Cyrillin presumably expended great effort and resources to summon this devil into this world and bind him to their service, there could be leverage with us returning him to them, potentially. I don't know that we want to go that route, but
They're gonna throw us in the stockades immediately the moment we bring him to them.
yeah, it feels like there's an angle there, but I don't quite know what the angle is.
I can piece some things together. The moonstone they need, probably from here. And whatever that's being used for is being built under Famador. I'm not even sure if going through with his deal, killing Dernaliax would be good in our favor. Probably just give the Cyrillans a big upper hand on everyone else.
While we're discussing, by the way, I'm continuing the treat wounds.
Understood. That makes a lot of sense. You can get another
Yeah.
10 minutes off.
Right.
But what about you two? You wouldn't dupe the fucking lows
Another
or summon
20 branch?
Oh, nice.
And another 18 Kaz.
I asked Narafi that.
Yeah, what was the question?
You think you'd stoop low enough to summon Bayless to help you kill your dad again?
No, I didn't do it when I was alive. Not gonna do it now.
And you, Kaz?
I don't know if I was going to make a deal with anybody. The sort of people that glorify indentured servitude are not the kind of people that I would like to get involved with.
Yeah, and so
Jane quietly and guiltily thinks, but does not say that if this guy could help her get back in time, she'd make a deal with him in a heartbeat.
Of course you would. You time slut.
And sure, this other character, the devil, might not be able to give Jane what she wants, but he might give her access to something she needs that she
Yeah.
normally doesn't.
Jane's thought, truly, there's a lot going on in her thoughts that she's not
I
saying out
imagine.
loud, but one of the things is she already has some evidence that chronomancy, like the type of time travel she wants to do, is beyond the realm of even the gods, so it's like this guy can't offer me anything.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna do a quick
20
cut here.
branch, 18 Kaz.
I'm gonna do a quick cut here back to Cackles, who asks, "Well, what else you got?" At which point, B looks to Cackles like, "Oh, right, mortals. I don't know. You like gold, right? There's probably some gold in here." And he grabs the little leather pouch and shakes it upside down, and sure enough, a bunch of silver and gold coins spill out. But so too do two crystals, one of which glows kind of a soft white, and one of which glows kind of a pale yellowish. And when he picks the two of them up to put those rocks back in the bag, the yellow one lags behind his hand a little bit, like it's on a delay almost, so that he puts it in the bag, and then a second and a half later, the rock seems to pick itself up and put it back in the bag.
Someone heal branch, please.
And then he tucks the bag back away, and there's 15, 20 gold worth of gold and silver coins on the table.
Oh no.
Oh, that's fact specifically. Please heal branch.
Oh, right, yeah, 20 for branch, that's me.
God, I don't know how much Cackles has been paying attention
Right.
at any time. Like,
Right, I have no idea if Cackles
Roll-
knows
roll-
anything.
right, I don't know what the fuck it's
roll a
called.
check. Roll a history check.
yeah.
or something.
What do I roll for? How close does he pay attention?
Right, has he been keeping notes for the campaign? I guess,
I mean, I definitely don't expect him to take notes, but he does it. Does it like? Is he?
does he know
he's
that that is
probably-
special?
I mean, okay.
I have a
because-
question for you.
I will say, because I've given him the perk a couple of times to have him help out with Kaz's alchemical stuff. And,
Right.
He's
He's not
he at least-
stupid. Yeah.
he's not stupid. He kind of knows what's going on.
Yeah. Did you have Cackles yet when you went to the Athenaeum and used the Murmury to see Jane getting the watch with the weird stone in it?
Oh God.
I think you did.
Yeah,
but
he was pretty early on.
was Cackles out when you were investigating the pocket watch that we found?
Oh, that's
Definitely.
true. You definitely had it for that. Okay, all right. Give
And
me...
if I didn't have him for seeing Jane get the pocket watch in the Athenaeum, which I think he was also. I know he was there or I at least had him when we were taking apart Drifter and found the other piece of Chronokyrite. or whatever.
True.
That's what it's called, right?
Chronotrite, yep.
Oh, it's not right.
Chronokyrite. Okay. Yeah. What do I roll that?
This feels like just kind of a piecing things together check, like a perception or an insight. Go ahead and give me a perception check, an insight check. I'm going to call the DC for him pretty low because he has interacted with this multiple times and knows it's important to you. I'm going to call it a DC 6. Okay, yes,
Hell yeah.
certainly. He absolutely recognizes that stone and knows it's important and has something to do with time shit.
That's a real fancy rock you got there. I think something's broken about it, though.
Oh, you do have an eye for valuables. I could perhaps be convinced to put this on the table, depending on what you and your friends are willing to wager.
I mean, I got gold. I got peanuts. You like peanuts?
You know, I do actually like peanuts, but this is worth a bit more than that. I think I need something bigger, something more intangible. Years, perhaps?
Oh, hang on. You're getting too conceptual for me, pal. Let me go back and ask them what they think about all this.
Take your time, I have all of it, apparently.
Hey, I'm sure you do. Time, haha. Cackles as he runs out.
By the way, Zeke, you have a hand raise?
That's from earlier, sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
Cackles runs back into the room between Branch's legs. And like right up between Kaz and Jane. He's like, hey, that guy back there, the crab guy with all the chains. He wants to gamble for something. Like I think I heard that they were gambling for like vacation time to go back to hell or something. But I told him I wasn't interested because I don't want to go to hell. And that sounds awful and real hot. But they also had some gold coins, and he put out some other stuff on the table, a couple little crystals. And one of them had like a little dull shine to it. I don't know what that was. But this other one, I think it was some of that time rock.
Time rock?
Yeah, you know. I mean, you probably don't, but these guys.
Oh.
He tugs at Jane's blouse again. You know, the time rock.
Chrono Triride.
Yeah, that's the one. That's too many syllables for me.
She crosses her arms.
This is the little piece.
I very likely
How,
have never heard of Chrono Triride.
Almost certainly not, but you could give me
Arcana?
Arcana or Occultism. Occultism would be a little bit better. Maybe
How
even Religion
little?
if you're better at that.
Oh, okay. Religion's the same.
Okay.
It's a bad roll anyway.
Either way, never heard of it.
6, yeah.
To Cackles. Just how little?
How little?
About the size of a thumb.
So more than I have in my
More than your
pocket
watch, for sure, yeah.
About this big, and he holds up his whole paw. Because he's tiny.
Well, that might change things, at least for me. I still don't know what the deal would look like, but that stuff is, I don't even know that much about it. I know that it's incredibly rare, and I know that it's seeming like I'm going to need more of it.
You can get it from somewhere else. You really need it.
I'm not so sure I can.
You think you keep asking him where he got it from?
I suspect I can already hear the answer to that question. Just trade that information for a favor.
I mean, there are probably ways we could get it without gambling or mortal souls or like time or whatever. Have you heard of stealing?
I say she looks to Athen. Says, you seem to know a lot about this guy, these creatures. Aren't they too hard for us to kill?
Are they?
You critically succeeded on your check. You would know that big guy is level 9. The little guys are probably like level 1 or 2.
Can I? Oh,
The little ones will be no difficulty, but the big one.
It is worth mentioning that because we're doing proficiency without level, I'm just gonna I need to go recalculate it because I forget what it is. But I'll let you know like what the difficulty rating for this theoretical fight would be. I'll be right back.
+3 is normally extreme, but this is different. Without level, it's different.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
Let me run it real quick, and I'll give you an answer.
I look at us and our expended resources, and like you mentioned, having very low magic right now. You spend a lot of spells.
Yeah, while we're also doing that, considering options aside from fighting them, he said he'd also like Like, he'd just kind of go back to his realm if we delivered a message for him, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but who knows what dominoes that begins? You know.
I just kind of forget that the message was to Cyril. I don't want to
Yeah, I
That's
don't think
the
I,
issue.
for them, even if we could sabotage it somehow.
I've got
no
one-
problem. Sorry, go ahead.
yes, I've got a Cyrilian agent I could deliver to, but they're not going to do anything with it. I'm sure it'll still count, though, if we were.
Yeah, I mean, I've got no problem getting a message to Cyril, and I can do magic about it or just send a letter. It's just, I assume that there's people here that don't want Cyril to know about what's happened here.
I've got. You want to see what else he has? I think we can get a peek without signing a contract.
Rafik says, as we are in this state after that fight with our resources, this to challenge this angel / devil would be quite a glorious fight.
I'm not going to fight him. Just, turn his
I know.
own coat of law.
No, just in case anyone was thinking about it.
I was say I hadn't ruled it out.
Yeah.
It's not impossible,
Well,
just
like avoid-
difficult.
If no one else objects to it, Branch will start walking back to the room and then
Yeah, I'll go too.
gesture everyone come on.
Yeah.
And then
Can we have one
Yeah.
more 10 minutes to heal?
Yeah, you guys can have one more
I
round of healing.
did. Yeah. I was like, here, let's. I did ask the thing, hey, give us time to heal. We were just.
Right.
This one's for me.
yeah. The nice chains, by the way. It's good look. And he'll flash the one on his arm.
In part of that 10 minutes while everybody else is healing, can Cackles just turn back and play some friendly hands with him?
Sure, yeah.
Like, literally
We're willing to do
just-
it.
Yeah,
We'll
like
get
literally
at least one for free.
Branch another.
Got it.
He looks at him. He's like, I don't want any funny business. I'm just playing for peanuts.
Also,
Literal peanuts.
Narafi's name is Narafi again instead of Rafik? It was changed last time.
It was. Let me try dragging a new one and see if this is just like the old token or something.
It's probably.
So mine's still good.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, there
Does
you
he
go. It says
respond to
Rafik
what I?
now.
Does he respond to what I ask or say?
Sorry, what do you say to him?
I said, yo, nice chains, by the way. It's good luck. And he'll. Branch will
Thank
gesture
you.
with
Would
one
you like to try them?
Nah, no way in hell.
They would look good on
But
the scales. It's a good color.
I think gold fits me better.
You'd fit right in.
I don't doubt it. Anyway, you admit that you were helping these Cyrilians?
Yes, I don't think there's any sense in hiding that. I don't think that you are all idiots. You've fought the things out there. We heard the battle going on. You know what's going on here.
Awesome. Well, if I can't book you for treason against a country, 3 accounts of murder, just general law breaking and misdemeanors, I guess that's several federal offenses. Then I guess we could book trespassing, right?
He kind of brings his hands up in a little bit of a mock playful, oh no. He says, oh, officer, please, I'm not even a citizen of this nation. How could I ever commit treason to a king I haven't pledged fealty to? Corruption runs so deep with you mortals, it really is just despicable.
Yeah, it sure is. So let's see the contract that they had you sign then.
I do not reveal contracts. They're stored in the hells anyway.
You could have brought it. You seem to bring a new one right now.
If you'd like to see the contract that I made with them, offer me something.
A way out of here.
I'm listening.
That's it.
Well, you give me the vague information that you have a way out of here, and I'll give you the vague information that I have a contract. I think we're about
Oh, sure. You'll just need to walk for 4 days down that direction, and he points down the tunnel. And then you'll be able to leave.
My contract. I'll be able to leave my contract? I'm not worried about being stuck in this place. I can go anywhere that I want.
Fine. If you know, if you have to know, I know a high-up Cyrillian agent.
Perfect. It sounds like you're well suited for this job. Tell them what happened here, and I'll be free.
Not before you show me what people are you holding up your hand.
All right. You've made it clear that you don't just want the book, and your friend seemed interested in this, so... and he reaches in with one of his clawed hands to the bag, and he pulls out the little shard of chronotriot, and he sets it down on the table. Perhaps this is of some interest to all of you?
No.
Where did you get that?
I'd even tell you where I got it, once we shook on the deal.
I'll flash the badge of Edis at him also. This enough?
Oh, no, are you going to tell Daddy on me? Is he going to come to the Hells and start another God's War?
Well, maybe he'll come here directly and fucking erase you from existence.
Well, he could try, I suppose, although Edis seems more buried in his books than doing anything useful.
And you aren't? I mean, I seem to recall you summing a contract out of nowhere. Can't think of anyone would jerk off the paper. Bayless.
Oh, I like to think less of us as enforcing the will of the ruling supreme and simply doing business, down to earth with the everyday common folk. Can I help any of you with anything? I would love to make a deal. Try making a deal with Edis, see how inflexible he is on his standards.
Yeah, but once that contract's signed, I think we'll find that Edis is a bit more forgiving.
Is that why you, and he, looks down at your missing arm. Yes, very forgiving indeed.
Accident.
Accident. You know I can tell when people are lying or telling the truth.
Oh, alright. And you already know that there's nothing, no will on earth or fucking hell that can weigh us into making a deal with. Unless you offer something good enough.
Is this not good enough? And he kind of looks to Jane. Sliding the chronotriot across the table.
She stares at it and says, I do want that, and I do want to know where you got it. I'm curious about what it would take to get it.
All I need is to have a message delivered to somebody high-ranking in Cyrillian, somebody who would know about this mission, telling them that all of the operatives were killed and the mission is a failure. That would free me from my duty and I could go home, my contract having been fulfilled. If you can do that, I will automatically be freed, and all of these goods will automatically be delivered to you.
And the information as well would be delivered to us.
I'll scribe it down on a note and include it in the package, yes.
And what branch wanted his information?
He looks back over to Branch. If you tell me specifically what information you're looking for, I will consider it. What is it that I can give you?
Just want to know why all the Cyrillians were here. They desperate enough to break their oaths to use you?
I will tell you everything that I know of the situation, and I will include this journal, which may include additional information, but I do not know.
Right. Okay.
I can honestly say that I will tell you all that I know of the deal.
Fine. That journal's still yours? That journal even yours?
No, of course not. I don't keep a journal.
And you got no legal right to it.
I do, actually. I was assigned the caretaker. The original owner died, and I am sworn to protect their belongings. That is part of my contract. If you want any of the things that they brought with them or found while they were here, you have to go through me.
Jane looks at Cackles. Says, my friend also mentioned a piece of pale glowing stone that you had in there with all those coins.
Yeah, show the other rock.
Yeah.
Oh, hold out on us.
You know what? Sure, you guys are playing ball. He's willing to tip another card. He reaches into the bag and pulls out the other stone. And sets down.
Dump the whole bag out.
You know what? Sure. He grabs the whole bag and looks down to Cackles with a little bit of a grin, and fully inverts the bag. And one more stone plops out onto the table. It is small, about the size of a pea, and it glows gently with moonlight. It is a piece of moonstone.
Attaboy. And Cackles puts a peanut up onto him.
This I recognize, right?
Absolutely.
I know nothing about geology. What is it?
This belongs to another one of your boring do-good gods. Styx, I think, is the one that deals with wayward souls. It comes from the moon of this planet.
I don't know. I think you're trying to pull one over on us. I always heard the moon was made of cheese, and this looks like a rock.
Is cheese not a metaphor for money in your tongue?
Not. Maybe cheddar, but like that's just one kind of cheese.
Oh, that does make more sense. Sorry, I'm still learning your tongue.
Modern slang is difficult. Don't worry about it.
So the chronotriorite, the source of the chronotriorite, the moonstone and the journal, in exchange for a message to Cyrillin.
Oh, now it's getting quite steep. The moonstone is valuable.
The way I see it, you don't have a whole lot of options, and we can make your options a whole lot worse if we needed to.
There's a cave-in not too long from here. Who's to say that another doesn't just happen? That's probably another 1,000 years before anyone.
You said yourself you could go wherever you want. You could be walking around every city in the country making this deal with whoever you wanted to, but we're here making this deal, and you've been sitting here playing cards with these imps for gods know how many years.
Oh, and if we don't make it back, if we don't make it out of this castle, gonna make that message impossible to deliver, right?
Each of you give me an intimidation check.
Can you,
Oh, right, yeah. Gotcha.
Thank you.
Can I do a trains check instead?
You sure can.
Can I give you society by also playing a little bit into bad cop, but mentioning like, oh, I've got a very professionally cited work as a courier before.
Do you have the bad cop feat?
Is there a feat for bad cop?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I was just hoping to use society instead because it's a +5 instead of a +4, and because I'm an on paper in history. I've delivered shit before.
I'll say if you want to do the good cop thing, that would be more of a diplomacy than a society.
Yeah.
But you can't.
I've not said anything negative, and I've only said that slang is difficult. Don't worry about it.
Right.
Can I do diplomacy?
Sure, if you want to jump in with good cop as well, you can.
Yeah.
Branch, your roll was a natural 5 for 10 total.
If you want to
I'll
use...
hero point.
Hero pointed? Okay.
Thank you.
I think I'm gonna hero point mine.
All right.
Mine is already miraculously high for me, so.
Yeah.
Woo! Okay, that Branch has got a little higher. Rafik has a great good cop thing going on. Kaz has a great good cop thing going on. Jane's intimidation was okay.
You say good cop, but I did roll intimidation.
Oh, you sure did. Is that your
I guess
intent? Are
we
you
do
trying
the
to be
good
intimidating?
cop.
Or are you like flashing
We do
weapons?
the good cop.
I'm not like intimidating, but I was working the like, oh yeah, I've delivered stuff before angle when I was hoping that I could roll like society for it, but I guess I could still roll that and be like, oh yeah, I can make sure that your message gets into the right hands or into no hands ever again. It's really your choice.
It may matter. I need you to decide if you're going to try playing good cop or bad cop. If you play bad cop, you can keep that intimidation check. If you play good cop, it does have to be diplomacy.
I mean, it's the same role, Would you want me to
Oh,
roll
is it the
again,
same
though?
bonus?
Yeah, it's
If
like a
it's
plus
the same
4.
bonus, you can just tell me whether you're doing good cop or
But
bad
yeah,
cop.
I'll try to do good cop on it.
Okay,
I was only trying to go for bad cop when I thought that I could get society maybe because it's a plus 5 instead of plus 4. But yeah, I'll just make that good cop and I'll do diplomacy.
Okay, understood. All right. Looking over all of you, he does kind of glance through all of your weapons, through each of you, kind of assessing, could I fight these people? Are they actually strong? And then he ends up looking to Kaz and to Narafi. And then back to Jane and to Branch. No, I don't want to fight. I'll tell you what, it has been quite a long time. If you can get this message delivered and make sure that I am freed from my contract, I would even include this tiny piece of moonstone. It wasn't really mine anyway. So,
Alright.
in total, that would be the moonstone, the chronotririte, the knowledge of where this chronotririte came into my possession, the journal, and my total knowledge of why they contracted me. Why Cyrillin contracted me.
And just for your enjoyment, would you like this in a contract?
Oh, of course. And he does kind of like lift up a hand, and as he does, the paper kind of like peeks up from behind the little bag. And you see that this quill has just been writing on its own the entire time and like rewriting and scratching things out. It's essentially been updating the contract as you guys have been having this negotiation.
Okay, now you say for your pleasure, blah blah blah, on your word on paper, but it is just your word. I'm sure someone in your business has heard of collateral. How do we know you're actually going to give this to us, ship it to us wherever we may be once this message gets to wherever you want to deliver?
You are accusing an angel of Bayless of going back on their word. That's very keen. Very smart. We would never do it, but I appreciate your chutzpah in making sure. It's a simple pocket spell. I think even your people use something similar. As soon as the conditions have been met, the pocket will reappear wherever you're located, and you will get everything contained in the pocket dimension. Just make sure you're not, on a boat or somewhere moving very quickly. It might get lost.
I just want to do a little quick identification on like the contract and see if it is indeed like magical.
Absolutely. Yeah, go and give me Arcana check.
And is it free for us to start reading and looking over?
Absolutely. 17, definitely magical. Definitely some sort of like an enchantment effect if you were to... And a little bit of divination. It will know if you break the contract, know if you complete the contract, and it will impose some sort of a mind control or enchantment effect if those things happen.
Branch will look over the contract and be like...
Absolutely. Anybody who wants to read the contract, give me whatever your best contract reading skill is. It's going to be society for most of you. Branch, you could use Edgesite lore.
Can I give you Underworld?
Can you give me a what?
Underworld?
Sure. Yeah,
I guess
seems
society.
reasonable.
Yeah.
Society's the same role, but
I don't know if Academia applies, but if not, Society is the same for me.
I would give
I'd
give you a slant on Academia just because it involves dealing with a lot of very dry technical writing. So I'll just give you like a plus 1 to your Society.
Yeah. Kaz would get a +2 because it's a lower check,
Correct.
I guess. Or rather, the DC's too lower. I do
Also-
Esoteric minus a -2,
also,
but
I really,
also a +2.
All right.
I really want more collateral angle.
Okay. Let me work through these things one at a time. I'll get to all of you. All of you roll pretty similarly after lore bonuses are applied, except for Rafik, who goes a little bit higher. You all get the sense that the contract is pretty simple, honestly, pretty legit. You, in particular, Branch and Rafik, get the impression that he is deliberately making this a very simple and straightforward contract because he really wants it to happen. Exactly.
Yeah.
The more you read through this contract and the more you interact with him, you both kind of get the impression like he's playing it cool, but maybe he needs this more than you need him, and maybe he knows that. He just wants this deal to happen.
Yeah, I just want this to be done as well, so I just nod everyone to give them the sign off.
Really quick question on the magic that I identified. You said that if the contract was fulfilled or failed to be fulfilled, there would be like a mind control effect?
Yeah, it seems that if you were to fail the contract, first of all, there's a divination effect on it. It would report back. Somebody is going to immediately know that the contract is broken. But B, secondary, some sort of a mind control effect is going to be triggered if the contract is broken deliberately.
Before,
Okay, and then, sorry, the term of the contract in terms of what would qualify as breaking it, like how soon do we have to send this message? Who do we have to send it to, etc.
The contract is probably listed as like 3 months, and if you were to not deliver within 3 months, so essentially it's a timer.
Okay, and there's no specific stipulation as to like a name it has to be sent to. It's just like somebody high ranking with Cyrillin.
Correct. It would have to be somebody high ranking enough that they knew about this mission, and they have to become aware that all of the agents are dead and the mission has failed.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
before if we do sign this, I'll just turn to Kaz and Narafi and be like, "You two ain't getting anything out of it. They don't have to sign them. They don't have to sign this."
Jane nods.
I do want the
unless
moonstone.
I was about to say, unless you want to share of that moonstone, that I know it doesn't look like much, but that little chunk of moonstone, you could live the rest of your life in pretty comfortable wealth.
You guys really tempted to make this deal then?
The reason could help. I mean, the moonstone could help in my fight.
And as a point of clarification, I do want the chronotririte for myself. If we can all agree with that, I won't lay any claim to the moonstone or the information.
What about you, Cass? You want anything from this?
He's stepped away.
Cass?
Yeah, I feel like the moonstone could help. Certainly, if not just for the financial gain, but not really. No, I just, you know what I want.
Then you ain't gonna sign.
And if I do, in fact, this is a very important question for you. That thing I sent you in Telegram.
Ooh, let me check Telegram.
Did Branch and I have time to forge some papers? TLDR, do I have a fake identity? A reasonable fake identity.
Yeah, this seems, in fact, yeah, I imagine that given your background and your proficiencies, you probably already had a few ready to go for yourself, and you can quickly get him some too, yeah.
Yeah. Then yeah, it's something that I know that we're not doing like photo passports or anything like that. Sure. So yeah, I hope that I have a reasonably forged identity.
I will.
And if I have to sign this, then I could.
Kaz, give me a religion check real quick.
Oh. It's a -1.
Good luck. That's a natural 20. That's real good. On a critical success,
is so fitting.
You're pretty aware that you can't just sign a fake name on a contract with a devil. Or rather, you could, but it's still going to apply to you because you signed the contract.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just so fucking fitting that the only, like, bit of religious doctrine that Kaz, like, paid attention to was like, oh yeah, they know your identity. Yeah.
Guys, they know you're lying.
They can see through forged paperwork.
Yeah.
That's a shame, because I had a really good name that I wanted to bust out for a fake identity, but it will wait until another session.
You still can if you want. Eventually, the contract kind of comes to rest on the table. Do we have an accord, then?
Jane will step up. And, she'll sign it.
Anyone else?
Rafik goes
Branch will.
He already has the signature for Rafik?
Yeah. Branch will go up and sign it.
Okay.
It's in Papyrus font?
Amazing. So we have a signature from Jane, a signature from Branch. Rafik, you've signed it?
Yeah.
Okay. And how about Kaz?
Cackles runs up and he dips his little paw pad in the ink and he dabs it right on the paper.
So when he starts to do that, B does kind of lean down and gently but firmly and quickly kind of grabs his paw, and he looks to Cackles, and then he looks to you, and he asks you, Kaz, does he fully understand the gravity of a contract of this matter? I want to make sure that... Then why don't you let him do it? And he kind of sets him back down and pats him on the head.
You ain't gotta do it if you don't think you're gonna get anything out of it. I honestly
Kaz,
don't think you're.
Kaz just kind of looks at the devil with the same cross-armed expression that he has in the talking heads token. He's like, I don't really. I will help this message, but surely you understand if I don't want to get involved in any more paperwork.
I understand completely. Consent is a cornerstone of every good contract.
Oh, I like you.
Informed consent. And then he looks back down to Cackle, which is why you need to wait until you understand legal terms a little better.
I don't even know what an affidavit is. Affidavit? Is that how you say it? Can you help me Can you help me co-sign something?
No, I sure can. Alright, with the three of you guys signed, he whips his hand up and snaps his fingers, and the contract disappears in a flash of fire that leaves behind a trail of black smoke. Very well then, I'll wait here. I guess we're going home, boys. 3 months hard limit.
You gonna keep in touch?
You can come visit anytime you'd like. I'll be here.
Hell no.
Just you?
I'll just walk on.
Me and the boys, and...
Jane takes one last longing look at that Chrono Triorite before taking a step back.
Right?
Yeah, I know I don't have much lean. That's another legal term for you folks out there in this conversation, since I didn't sign the contract, but I did kind of want to play up that collateral idea a little bit and maybe get the Chrono Triorite from it, but that's probably I'd need to roll for it.
So you definitely need to roll for it, but you did also definitely bring it up before the contract was signed.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me... you guys already did all these rolls. Yeah, I'll tell you what. He certainly doesn't agree to give the Chrono Triorite right away. But he does say, as a token of collateral, I can give you the journal immediately upon signing. I'll tell you what,
Sure.
the journal and, just the journal.
No, journal, what else?
The journal is all that I can offer upon
You
signing.
had something else on the tip of your tongue there, I heard it.
I may have, but I would like to rescind it. I do have to keep my information close to the chest.
Let me present some more evidence to the court.
Jane,
Another legal
Kaz.
term for you, and I pull out the mask.
He puts a hand on Kaz's shoulder. Don't push your luck.
Jane almost bites her tongue off, trying to think about the idea of collateral for a deal that is already magically assured.
Right.
That's all I have, man.
You need all of it for you know who.
Sidra, you got a hand raised. What do you got?
Branch will take out the whistling bone, and put it in front of B here, and be like, "Can you just state your name, who you are exactly, said to the and who you were working with this, and it'll be exactly."
Double checking because he broke up a couple times. You want his name, who he is, and who he was working for?
Yeah, send into here and exactly what you. Hello.
Hello, you're coming through now.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, his name, who he is, who he's working, and what he wants in the message that's being delivered.
Okay, his name, who he is, who he's working for. Those three things, is that correct?
And the thing is what exactly he wants the message to be delivered to say.
Oh, I understand. So this is essentially the message. Okay, I get it. Sure, actually. He leans down close to this thing and says, "Is it on? Do I go now?"
Yeah.
Hi. My name is, and then he does the horrible, unpronounceable 3 screeching recorders into the mic. I am an angel of Baelus. I was cooperating with some very nice serial agents on a mission of some import. I was to help strangle a dragon. Unfortunately, all of the serial agents died on our travels. Through no fault of my own, I did my best to protect them. They succumbed to other injuries later. The contract is fulfilled, in my opinion. The mission has failed, and as such, I am relieved of my duties. It has been nice working with you, and if you ever wish to do it again, you know how to find me.
Nice. And Branch will pick up the whistling bone and like snap it, and it plays the message back to B. There, no confusion on how to set any, right? If it's you.
Yes, if that makes it to them, then our contract is fulfilled.
Oh, good. And he'll shake B's hand and be like, nice working with you.
Wonderful. We fast forward to the future. The contract goes up, and, as agreed, he slides the mostly burnt journal across the table. Or collateral. Although I have the utmost faith that you will not break this contract.
Deal's done. And yeah, Branch will pocket the journal.
All right.
Oh, we'll be on our way.
Perfect. What do you guys do?
Before we go, I'm gonna look. Do they really just have like one deck of cards?
They have one that they're currently playing with, but you see that there is kind of like a little nook back here that has a bunch of things. There's like some light reading, there's a couple games, there's a few more decks of cards. It looks like this was kind of an emergency shelter with just a little bit of entertainment.
I was just gonna make sure they had like literally any other form of entertainment, but if they've got a little board game shelf, then
Give me a perception check though.
I just realized that my weapon is silver the entire time. That fight with the vampires could have been easy.
Oh shit, yeah, it sure could have.
It's just not. It's listed as the original weapon, but all the shifted ones don't. There is a fucking. Okay.
As you're looking around, Kaz, at all the stuff back here, there is like a conspicuous bit that kind of stands out as weird to you. There is a short ladder, maybe 6 or 7 feet tall, and the bottom, like 3 or 4 rungs of it are wet, recently wet, like it's still kind of dripping. And it's not pertinent at all to do they have more games and decks of cards, but it does stand out to you as a weird detail.
the ladder goes like from the floor to like 6 or so feet up.
It's just leaning against the wall. It's a movable ladder. It's like you can pick it up and carry it and move it around, and the bottom half of it is wet.
Do you guys have a pool?
Pool? Oh, no, just the well over there.
Oh, that makes sense. Not the bucket. You just like have one of the little guys hold onto the ladder and lower them down into it, or
There is a bucket.
do you need some rope?
No, there's plenty of rope. And you look over to the well, there's a bucket and a rope at the well.
I don't mean to like get weird or personal, but I feel the need to ask. Why is your ladder wet, man?
You've been very cooperative. The little ones found some weird stuff down there. They've been trying to figure it out.
What kind of weird stuff?
Oh, I don't really know, honestly. It doesn't concern me. Narafi, Rafik, it has been about an hour since the last throom, and you feel a pulse. I need a will save, please.
Frick fruck.
Okay.
Which
We'll find out. Okay, I don't know. It might still fail.
Narafi, you feel yourself slip for a moment. You start to hear wind across the desert. You start to feel the light pattering of sand against metal armor. You start to see a silhouette of an enormous pyramid in the distance under a night sky. And then you see a spark of green fire as the emblem of the Desolate King carves itself into the center of your vision over all of these images. But you fight, and you snap, and you pull yourself free, and you start suddenly. You realize you're back here, everything is fine, but something was making a grasp at your mind and almost had it.
I imagine he actually like stopped moving for a bit. Froze like a statue.
Absolutely.
So yeah, Kaz probably turns and says like, "Oh, you okay, big guy?" And Cackles, hearing mention of the little guys finding something down there, kind of shuffles up next to them very coyly. It's like, "Hey, what do you guys find down there?" Oh,
It happened again.
What?
We should go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still don't know where that's coming from. That's our last unanswered question down here, I think.
It's
You
been
want to know,
about
right?
an
You
hour.
want
Say
I
again,
think there
Brent.
might be. Yeah, Branch can go first since he's cutting out.
I turn to B and say, you wouldn't know what happened. Well, you wouldn't happen to know what's causing, right? You want us to come back alive, right? Get back to Zero and alive.
I made a deal to give you the journal ahead of time. I think if you take a peek, you might see for yourselves.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, Kaz has been around for the couple of times that one of these obelisks has gone off and made Narafi / Rafik act weird because of it. Do you think I could be like, do you think there might be one down there in this well?
We could look.
But also,
Brand will come
does Cackles understand at all what they're saying?
No, they're talking Hellenic. I don't know if any of you guys speak Hellenic. You're off
I used to.
Hectic,
It does.
not Hellenic.
Gotcha.
Different.
No.
I think Hectic is the undead
Shadowfell,
language.
essentially, and not
Shadowfell,
undead, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worth a look at least, I think.
Agreed.
Where's this well?
So,
Can we borrow your ladder?
of course, it's not mine. I know it's very dark in this room for those of you without dark vision. I'm just gonna, drop a little torch in here, just mostly for the stream.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Branch has a lantern on him.
Oh, perfect. That makes this much better.
The POV light angles make this a real nightmare with all the pillars.
Yeah. So the well's just there in the southwest corner.
Oh, I've been standing next
You've
to
been
it.
standing next to it the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure have.
And yeah, I think this is worth checking out, right? We're down here. We know there's an obelisk somewhere.
I agree. I don't think we should just leave it.
So real quick, I'm gonna drop the...
Cackles has also been around for these obelisks. Can I give you some sort of check to do a literal game of charades to be like? I don't know, man.
What do you look? Yeah, what do you look for? Maybe.
Can he charades to these guys to ask what they found down there? Can he kind of stand up real tall and put his hands above his head and kind of sway ominously like an obelisk? And
The DC here is
then
so
also
high.
like this is Pokemon Pikachu doing his
Right.
like he does the obelisk thing and then he switches characters and acts like a zombie.
Okay, sure. I'll let you try. The DC here is so difficult, but you can give me a performance.
I believe it.
Meanwhile, while that's going on... Cackles is not really able to make any progress there. Meanwhile, in the burnt journal branch, you see most of the pages are completely burnt, but one was torn out specifically and then put back in at the end of it. The impression that you kind of get is somebody burnt this journal, except for the last page, and then after burning it, put the last page back in. And I'll read that here in a second. You also see that there is another letter that has been slipped between the pages of the journal. It is a different shape, a different size. It doesn't seem like it was originally part of this journal. It was just tucked in here for storage. And I will read that as well. The page is part of a prayer scroll. You see that it has the holy symbol of Ave on it. And it reads, "Forgive me, Mother, for my faith wavers. Perhaps it is this sunless place. Each hour without daylight feels like an eternity in the absence of your grace. Or perhaps it is this envenomed bite upon my neck. Even now I feel it tug at me as if it wants me to descend deeper into the darkness we found in the secret passageway. Bayless Angel is judicious and calm, but cruel in his understanding and application of the ideals of fairness, as if he delights in exploiting our need for his aid. He insists that he cannot do anything about the bite, that it has some quality that is holy to him, that it would be anathema to cleanse its taint. Forgive me, Mother, for my faith wavers. Can suffering be holy? Is his holiness as holy as hers? Is it truly her will that we bend our knee to him even for a moment? I feel like a child spurned by neglectful parents into a new and distant family, cold and cruel and alien. The angel reminds me in some ways of the lone lords of liberty, who prey on the weak with kindness and mercy and opportunity, turning only to subjugation once they have entrapped their prey within a dependency they cannot revoke. Forgive me, Mother, for my faith wavers. As I write these words, my neck throbs. The call is growing louder. I believe I'll descend the steps before more of Thenaliax's men arrive in search of the retinue we slew. We're in no condition to continue unless these bites are cleansed, and we have nothing to offer the angel that would cause him to betray his master's will. We're trapped. The light of day, a few mere hours' walk from this place, but still so far that I fear this darkness will be my final sight. But even as I pray in secret, I feel it. The escape is down. The answer is down. I have faith in that. And then the separate letter. Quartermaster Vlanovax? What is this name? Quartermaster Vlanovax. I've entreated my count, and he is interested in negotiating the matter of your request. He is indeed in possession of a goodly number of relic seeds, and though he is loath to part with such valuable resources, he confesses that oh god, it scrolled. That's my bad. He confesses that it is impossible to personally exploit more than a single seed. As such, an exchange and barter could be a suitable substitute for the normal fees of vassalage. Your Count's understanding, though rudimentary, is correct. A relic seed allows powerful and magical arms to be formed from nothing but sympathetic energy, or from an item that already holds some sympathetic significance to the wielder, requiring no additional material, nor a smith's hammer, nor even magical proficiency. Indeed, these arms can take almost any form, from the highly staff or arcane focus to the lowly pike or firearm, though the process is not as rapid as your Count supposes. The formation of the enhanced weapon is nearly instant, but its power grows slowly over time as it accumulates a stronger sympathetic connection with the wielder. As such, their use in an emergency situation is unwise. Regardless, Count Farinexevac would be happy to grant an audience to his liege, and can do so with the discretion due. Nobody need know of the new arrangement with your Count. Sorcerer Kronexumek, House Farinexevac.
Huh. So I get the sense that there's a fucking secret escape route in the well that Kazan. Oh,
Seems reasonable.
hello.
You can
Okay. Yeah, just whatever there is. I'll turn to Jane and be like, "Call those two idiots. They might have just vampire."
Sorry, that broke up. What?
I was like, call those two morons. They might have just stumbled. Vampires there?
Oh,
Hello?
Yeah, to be clear, he's not like rushing down there by any means.
Still, that does make it seem even more likely that the obelisk is down there.
Well, you want to cleanse an obelisk or get this job done?
She looks towards the exit and towards the well. Says, the job is more important to me, but we're all here together. Nathan's done a lot to help us. Should help him.
Fine. And I guess I'll go down the well with them then.
All right, so
you didn't go down.
Does anyone go
just
down?
looking down.
just looking down. Okay.
Oh, they're just
Yeah.
looking down? Okay, never mind.
So
In case you haven't noticed, he's very cautious and doesn't just jump headfirst into things.
we need fetch for that.
Wow, I never heard of that.
Yeah.
So looking down, several of you have great dark vision, and I think there's a lantern in here as well. So, like,
I've got a hooded lantern. I don't think that works underwater.
That's
It's-
currently with Branch.
so you see that
Yeah.
the well goes down only a little bit. You can see the bottom of it from here just fine. It's like 8 or 9 feet down at the very most. There's a small trickle of water that goes down, not even deep enough for a bucket to fully submerge in. You would have to, like, set it down and pull it up multiple times. This kind of cool crystal aquifer cavern water that's coming through. However, you see big and pretty obvious, honestly, against the back wall of the well towards this side, there are some symbols and etching, and next to each of those symbols and etchings, there are big stone dials.
There's a ladder down here.
It's kind of up against this wall, but you can pull it over easy enough, yeah.
Yeah. They pull one over. Says, excuse me, to the imps. Over his shoulder. Kind of lowers it down. Does it reach the bottom?
Easy. Yep, easy enough.
Yeah. And I check out these dials.
Yeah, how many dials are?
Let me pull it up. I think I can just post this. Can I just post this? Oh, is it working? Hang on. Hello? I think.
Hello.
Nice.
Hello.
You see
Okay.
that?
Hello.
These seem to be bookshelves.
So each of those middle bits are like dials, like the fucking big spinner wheel in that game show that I'm totally forgetting. Price is Right.
Price is Right.
Yeah, it's like a little Price is
Okay.
Right wheel or a
You gotta
tumbler.
spin the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. So each of those can be spun, and there are markings on each of the faces of it.
Okay.
Tally marks. 1 through 9.
You wanna roll a 9 without going over, right? Huh? Can't get rolled into higher than a 9.
Where are these other symbols?
The
Oh,
top
these are
one,
just
it's kind of what you see there. The top
Like
one looks like
the
it is a
hand.
hand, yeah. The second one looks
An
like
earring?
an earring. Yep. Third
A
one looks like a
wing?
wing. Fourth one looks like a
Manacles?
shackle or a manacle.
a shackle, yeah.
And then fifth one looks like a sun. And then at the
And then
very
an
bottom, there's
hourglass.
an hourglass. Also, it is
And
drawn.
then
The top half is totally empty currently. Or I'm sorry, got it backwards. In the etching, the top half is totally full. The bottom is empty.
full of what? Oh, the hourglass.
The hourglass.
Gotcha.
Yes. Yeah.
Tell
Top
everyone
full,
this.
bottom's empty?
Yeah. The hourglass etching. The top is full. The bottom is empty.
Okay.
Start
Are these-
fucking with the dials.
Are these indented? Oh, they're just indented in there. He notes the dials, tells people there are dials, and then he climbs back out of the well and is like, "Have we explored the rest of these ruins yet?"
To my knowledge, no.
I'd like to clear this out before we continue.
Not a bad idea.
All right. Where do you go?
So, in another hour, there will be another pulse, I assume. So we may need to hurry. It's just, where haven't we been yet? We've been here.
Yeah. This is a little armory. It just seems to have some basic equipment and stuff.
Was there any room we haven't walked into yet?
Yeah, please forgive us, DM. It's been like
It's okay. It has been like 2 weeks.
months.
Narafi, you come into
Is it
this
a
room.
bathroom?
It is. It's a bathroom. You essentially come around here and find a small, smelly room, and there is kind of just a hole in the stone floor that it looks like people piss over the edge into. Certainly not glamorous. Probably only used in emergencies.
An emergency piss room?
Essentially, yeah. The impression you get is that this entire place is only really used in emergencies. It is essentially an emergency bunker.
So someone has been pissing in the emergency bunker. Someone's been using this emergency bunker. Was it vampires? Do vampires piss?
What a horrible question that I didn't think I would have to world build around. I don't think
They drink.
I think they only do if they drink, and they don't technically need to drink,
drink
but they
blood.
can. Oh, does that mean they piss blood? Jesus Christ. I hate
Blood
this
is
game.
liquid, fuck.
I hate this game.
They piss blood?
Sure, let's
Those are
canonize
Vampire the
that.
Masquerade rules, I believe. It's just all
Amazing.
vampire fluids are blood, including semen.
Awesome. Yeah, let's go with it. It's canon now.
Okay.
With that, I think you guys have searched all of the rooms, or at least been in all the rooms.
Yeah, there's a door here.
Tr-
Past the other vampire corpse. And we haven't tested this out yet.
Correct.
Can I fuck with the dials?
Sure. What do you do?
Turn them.
Yeah, as you spin them, there's this big satisfying stone thunk as it goes from each number to the next, and you are able to tell that all of these dials have 9 faces, and they're marked from 1 to 9 with 1 mark.
Important that I'm not there to ask. Do they spin like a slot machine, or do they like move like a number lock?
It's like a tumbler lock, yeah.
Okay.
It's like they don't spin freely. You have to pretty deliberately move from each number to the next.
I only had to ask because you compared it to the prices, right?
Right, of course.
Let's just make a general like investigation check on like the fuck is this for?
Sure, you can give me like an insight check. I realized that I brought all 4 of the people who hate puzzles into here, and that's totally fine. We can D&D our way through this if you would like. You can reduce this to checks for hints and stuff.
Gotcha.
I didn't want to be the one to say I hated the puzzle.
It's okay. We can absolutely just do intelligence checks to fast forward through some of these puzzle things.
Intelligence check.
Yeah, so sorry.
That's okay. I think Cat's actually
I
pretty
mean,
good.
esoteric lores.
That really is just a catch-all. I want to know something skill.
It kind of
Yeah,
so bards
that's
also
my job.
right. Bards also have bardic lore, which is kind of the same thing. They're
This is
both
better.
they're both meant to just be sort of doing everything.
Anytime the Rocky is wants to know anything,
I
he
was-
just puts on the
I was curious what Shane was up to.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Yeah, they're always like, let's explore this place first, and he finds a door, and it's like, what are you doing over there? There's a door.
Oh no!
Running joke for new viewers. This is what Zeke does anytime there's a puzzle.
Just shoots himself.
Contemplates the character's death, and in
I just
many
write
poetic
long
ways.
prose about killing myself.
All right. Did we have a check from... Okay. Yeah, if you want to just give me like a perception insight check, Branch, you can do
I
that.
can't roll checks.
Oh, right, it's
now.
me. Right, you're waiting on me for that. Meanwhile, while I'm rolling, what is Narafi doing at that door?
Waiting for my friends to follow me when I ask them to.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah, Kaz will go with you. He
All
doesn't want to fuck around in this well or hang out with these demons.
Who knows what that's gonna do?
Branch, you kind of just fuck with things for a while, and you find that the dials all spin, and nothing really changes. The only thing that gives you like a reaction when you mess with it is when you put your hand on the hourglass, the sand starts to like tick down until it eventually fills the bottom. It
Okay.
takes like 4 or 5 seconds for that to go through. Do you let it go all the way down, or do you like stop as soon as you realize that's happening?
I'll let it go all the way down. Why not?
You let it go all the way down, and then there's a brrrr, and all of the dials reset back to 1, and then sand refills back at the top.
I'm gonna press it and then try my fastest to put all the dials to 9.
Okay, you press it, and then you put all the dials to 9, and the sand fills the bottom. You do get them all to 9 very quickly. And there's a brrr, and they all reset back to 1.
Stupid puzzle. What do you think, Watson? And then I'll turn to fucking Jane's recently bullet hold core.
I'll roll a dice to help with this. Which one should I roll?
Oh man, some sort of an intelligence skill is
Trains.
fine. You know what? Trains.
Contemplating
Yeah.
puzzle.
Trains have dials.
Trains
Solving
do
puzzle.
have
Please
dials.
hold.
Jane, it certainly looks like a combination lock. You imagine that there is a correct pattern of 5 numbers that go here. The only thing that stands out to you is that each of the little icons next to it has like a countable element to it. On a 21, I'm going to give you a little bit more too. Let me pull this back up so I can actually show it.
Oh, and it works because she's like a robot, so she can't count higher than 9.
Yeah, so speaking of counting higher than 9, it's unusual to you that there are 2 dials at the bottom. That suggests that the number that goes in that slot is bigger than 9. It's a 2-digit number. But there's only 8 points on the side, which means something must be like, there must be more that goes into it. There must be like something that is added to it.
I believe you, but I have not scrolled back up to the puzzle yet.
That's totally fine.
The thing you posted, can you like put it on Discord or something?
Yeah, I'll throw it in Discord or Telegram too. The short version is you need to get the correct combination of numbers, and you get the feeling that there's missing information, that there's more that you need to have more to finish this puzzle.
Well, it seems like a lost cause and wasted time. You want to go do something else, Jane?
This is why I should play high-end characters, because Jane is all the way into this puzzle in character.
Right.
Mhm.
I have no patience for it.
Yeah. And I'm in the same boat, because, like, int is my second highest skill. It's very fitting for Kaz to be into this sort of thing, but I have no patience for it either.
Completely understandable. Some people don't like puzzles. That's fine.
Some people
Branch is also
hate
really.
them.
He does not. He doesn't care.
All of my puzzle lovers are in the other half, just having fun in a garden somewhere.
Then why would you put this here,
I
Frank?
don't. I gotta tell you guys, I don't cater these dungeons to who's going to them. The dungeons are
Yeah.
what they are.
And I respect that, and I also do want to mention that, like, I don't hate all puzzles, but like, especially when you make a puzzle involve numbers, I blank.
Oh, fair.
Same.
All of
Every
the
time there's a number, I'm like, great. It's not a cool word puzzle. It's
All of
nothing
the-
that uses like storytelling.
Yeah. This is
Yeah,
literally like the worst. We had the big discussion, and this is the worst kind of puzzle where it's literally just like,
Yep.
let's stop playing D&D and do Sudoku instead.
Yep, all of the brains, all of the folds in my brain are being ironed out right now.
Yeah,
because
Hey,
It's okay.
let's
too many
submit this
numbers.
to Telegram where our puzzle-loving people are, and we'll assume we did it.
Yeah,
I will gladly let you guys just kind of check your way through this. You've gotten what you can from what you see right now. You know that there's missing information somewhere.
Rafika said, "Hey, we should probably explore this place before we fuck with that," and then everyone just fucks with that for a bit, and I'm like,
I came
"Okay, I'm glad you did." I'm just saying.
Sorry,
Can we check this?
I was too busy typing another. I'll stop.
There are other things we can do before having to look at the puzzle. If we absolutely must, we can. But here's my check for the puzzle. It's gonna be esoteric. Because nothing sounds more esoteric than the puzzle. That was almost a nat 20.
It sure was.
That. Did you hear a point?
All right.
Why not? Let's go.
What do I roll for puzzle?
Hey, it's
Any
a
sort of
26.
intelligence check. Rafik, you get the exact same sort of thing. You get the sense that you need to find. There's another half to this puzzle somewhere that you have to find, and you're going to add the numbers up, and that's going to be the combination.
Alright, we just need to find them around here somewhere. Maybe behind this door.
All right. Do you
Can I
check
go up the stairs? Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
so what do you do at the door when you get everybody gathered up
Check it.
Can I give you a crafting check?
for the puzzle?
Yeah, it's
Sure,
an
if you want. Yeah.
It's an int roll.
You know what? I like this actually.
Crack the safe.
I'm an expert on it. I do love the
Nice.
idea of Kaz being presented with a mechanism puzzle, especially, and just being like, "Fuck this! I'm just gonna try to figure out how to break it."
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
10.
Almost the
Hey,
seven.
what do you say here, point?
I already used one.
Did we have two?
We're past the halfway point. You guys can have your second round
Yeah,
if you'd
I'll
like.
hero point that
All right. Let's see.
for a +7 chance. Yeah, well,
Damn, okay.
No, so it looks too sturdy for you to just like disassemble. It's deliberately made to not be disassemblable.
I
on
imagine
a-
it, especially the pressure of trying to like look at this and disassemble it while holding my breath underwater. It's like, nope, too much.
With a 10, though, you're at least able to study the mechanism and how it works. And there is a conspicuous bit where it juts into the wall down here to the left, to the south of the wall, or the well here, which makes you think that the entire mechanism of the puzzle must be contained in this stretch of wall, probably.
Okay.
All right, with that, you guys all get to the door. What do you...
Check it if it's locked.
It is locked. With that said, it's locked from this side. You can just unlock it if you want.
Oh. Okay. It turned.
Wait.
Easy enough.
Reaching at her.
Right. Go, I'll cover you.
Okay. All right. Breaching. Are we
Breaching.
gonna? Okay. Breaching, and then we both simultaneously kick the door down and run in at the same time. But our bodies are too large to fit through together.
I learned last time, I let him go first.
Amazing. So, Branch,
favorite.
you breach through the iron door and you find that it opens up into a cavern. But almost immediately you're greeted by stuff. Crates, barrels, sleeping bag, things that have been piled up right outside of the door. And in fact, the door only opens about a foot or two before it bumps into something. It's enough that you can get out, but it seems that this door was hidden on the other side by being put
Oh.
behind a bunch of stuff.
Probably knock a bunch over by double kicking the door.
Oh,
Every time the breaching thing
Oh.
happens, it's great. But especially, I think of you guys both yelling breaching and then just like pushing a door open like 2 inches.
And then some scraping of like stuff on the ground.
This place is hidden and stuff like that.
It looks like it was
Is
hidden.
it looks like
Like the boxes and
Yeah,
stuff were piled up on the
door
other
up.
side. Like they didn't want people to see this entrance from outside.
Is there light in this room? Can I turn off my lantern?
There is not. If you turn the lantern off, it goes back to being.
Okay. Then Branch will have a look around. Quietly.
Give me a stealth check and a perception check.
Yeah, I just wait for everyone.
Oh, right. Yep. Thank you for reminding. Let's see. Your stealth is nat 16 for 22. Your perception is nat 11 for 16. You find that there's kind of just a quiet little cave out here. There's a path that seems to go up. You can feel just a very faint bit of wind coming from that direction. And then there are a couple of pools of water down here in the cavern. The big cavern, if you go down, it leads to a caved-in area where you see signs of explosions, like an intentional, deliberate cave-in was done here with a bunch of like mining explosives.
Okay.
And
Oh, this is the other way. Okay.
it's
This
the
is
other
the way
side
through.
of it. Yeah. I think I found a way out.
Right.
And I'll continue wandering if we can.
All right.
Yeah.
You've fully seen every bit of this cavern. The only other way to go is towards the wind. If you would like to continue that way, you absolutely can.
The wind is where now?
The wind up to the northwest seems to be kind of the way out. It's the direction that you guys have been traveling in.
Right.
Right.
So this seems to be where the rest of the mission is.
It seems odd that the other half of that puzzle would be out here.
Yeah. It could be in the well itself, or it could still be in the ruins.
I was thinking it was on the on corpses. Maybe they made it, but you don't know. Ether Noliax has a lot of really bad secrets he wants to keep, and he's got the note on him.
We checked those dragon bones pretty thoroughly. There weren't any weird etchings on them in the ruins.
Nothing like that, no.
I meant the corpses of the Cyrillans.
Well, this isn't their base, so I don't know why would it be on them. We also checked them,
Maybe
I guess, as well.
Yeah, no, we didn't find anything on their corpses that hinted that they made that puzzle.
They had hundreds of years. Maybe they could have made that puzzle.
No, I think they had a few years.
Yeah, that was 100.
Yeah, like 3.
Yeah.
They had like 3 years.
Who
I
knows?
think if they had the answers to that puzzle, they probably would have been trying to sell it to us that whole time. So
Right.
I don't know. Maybe.
see if it's up this way.
We could, yeah, we might as well get a look before going back. It's just good to know what's ahead.
You guys gonna
Yeah.
go that way? And you find that it starts to just eventually wind around and around into more and more cavern. After like 5 minutes of walking, you get the sense that that's kind of the way out. You get the sense that the
Right,
entire bunker
okay.
is kind of behind you.
Okay,
And this is D&D. You can just walk that way if you want. You guys do anything you
you're
want.
right. It seems like the source of that pulse might actually just be in that well. Well,
Yeah, that
I have to go
you're
back.
gonna expose them.
I appreciate your assistance,
Sure, I
but
love
you're
puzzles.
not. Well, maybe we do not need to do the puzzle. The well seems... the well has running water underneath. Right?
Yeah, there's a little bit of running water. It seemed to be getting some... It was fed from like an aquifer, so it's not like there's a whole tunnel down there. It's just like a little trickle of water through rock. A fully flooded cavern, essentially.
Yeah, exploring the rest of the ruins in this room. I suppose. Would there be anything?
Sure, give me a perception check if you want to just, like, really thoroughly search this room.
Yeah. Those tents aren't the devils, right?
No, and in fact, at first glance, they are this bright white linen with little bits of gold filigree. They look to be cereal.
Can I give you
Very
one
distinct.
Can you give me what, Kaz?
perception as well?
Yes, absolutely, if you're searching through here. Alright, you guys kind of dig around and you find that essentially it's just sort of a supply bunker. A lot of what you find is stuff that would be... It's strange. It almost feels like a noble's idea of what emergency rations look like. Which is to say, it expires in like a year or two. You imagine that somebody literally got sent down here every like 6 or 7 months with a new shipment of emergency ration food so that they could have something better than salted pork. It was very wasteful.
Yeah.
You also find indications that most of the like sitting stuff was largely unused. The thing that is most unusual to you is that this room is just so big, and it eventually becomes clear to you because you find little bits of like just stray coins scattered around this big area. The dragon would sleep in here in his dragon form. This was a dragon's emergency escape room.
Okay. And we have a bunch of stray coins.
Yep.
What's this here in the corner? Is this a bookshelf?
It is a bookshelf, yep.
Does it match the dials, the markings?
You take a look through it, and there's only like 8 or 9 different books on there. They're mostly fiction. None of them stand out as like pertinent. You don't recognize any symbols or markings that match the dials now.
Are those other books there?
You look through there, those appear to be mostly just like historical accounts, along with one shelf or one row of the shelf that is dedicated to like emergency, like here's how to hunt, here's how you find clean water. It's like an idiot's guide to surviving in a cave sort of stuff.
We have Kaz for that.
All in all, with very thorough searching by Rafik and by Jane, you find what you would expect to see in a dragon's emergency bunker, but nothing that seems pertinent to the puzzle in this room.
Okay. Anything in the bathroom?
Give me a perception check.
Like, okay, there's an emergency bathroom, that makes sense, but it was used frequently, apparently from the smell.
Honestly, just kind of seems like a hole down to a cavern. You guys don't spot anything interesting,
Yeah.
or anywhere where anything interesting could even be.
It's a
Just
piss hole.
Just a poop shoot.
Just a poop shoot.
Probably nothing down there. And in the
How about
armory?
with this armor?
Yeah.
Give me a perception check.
I see suspicious rectangles.
You
Oh,
do.
rectangle.
Spoilers,
You do.
it's just because I forgot to draw the shelves. In fact, I think I went through and added them later. Yeah, I sure did. I can delete those suspicious rectangles. Go away, rectangle. There we go. They're just weapon
Here,
racks
you
and
added
armor rack. You guys look through it. There's decent stuff here. It's of good make. There are a couple of, like, probably 8 or 9 good weapons. A few long
And they're
swords,
silver?
a couple of pikes. None of them are silver, no. But I can... Oh, essentially, there's like 25 gold worth of mundane but very well-crafted weapons here.
Any armor?
They sell for half.
A little bit of... actually, no, there is no armor here. I lied straight to your face. There would actually not be any armor here. Just weapons.
Well, it's not an armor, it's a weaponry.
Yeah. Arms in the like, armed sense.
It's an arsenal.
You're armed.
Can we
Tell me what they are. I might want to add more weapons to my.
I'll just roll some random weapons. If there's anything specific you're looking for, we can put it up to a luck check.
Not really.
can Branch rack his brain for anything we might have noticed in this area that looks similar to any of the symbols in the fucking puzzle room?
Sure. Give me an insight check. Or I guess I gotta do...
I'm just really looking
Thank
to be
you.
like a Castlevania protagonist and gather as many cool, unique weapons as I can.
Hell yeah. Then I'll roll
I've
some
got the
random weapons
infamous
for it.
Symphony of the Night.
Branch, working with Kaz specifically, it occurs to you that there was a lot of stuff in the big warehouse storage area that you guys first did the fight with the bats in. You haven't really moved things around in there yet. And Kaz, it occurs to you again that all of the trap's mechanisms, or the puzzle's mechanisms, are in this stretch of wall that you marked out here. You imagine that the other half of this puzzle must be connected to this wall somewhere.
Okay.
Oh, that's what the mark
Okay.
was.
I assume Kaz made
Uh,
that. I didn't make that.
Yeah, I marked that. I didn't write
someone-
what it was, but yeah, that's Kaz like, oh, there's all the gears and turning bits and fancy parts of this puzzle are in here.
All right.
Somewhere.
You machine loving folk can look at that, I suppose. Branch and I will check this area.
Sure.
Give me some perception checks to search around there.
Please.
Yep.
Please do. I am simply here with meager technology, unable to roll.
Nice, you rolled a natural 18.
Papa, good
Oh, nice.
nice.
This is so easy. You guys even know where to look. Kaz essentially led you right to it. You follow this wall and around the corner, and sure enough, by moving a fuck ton of crates and barrels and boxes, you eventually reveal that there is the other half of the puzzle on this wall. And I'll pull that
Okay.
up real quick.
Okay, I'm opening the other one. And the new one. Left hand, right hand. Okay.
There you go. That's what you see.
Can you post it to Telegram, please?
I think we just need to have them each match each other. For left and right.
Awesome. The code is fucking 8 5 2 9 6 8596.
It might be 7. I only see 4 and 3. The pinky is folded, I think.
Yeah, that's I thought I said never mind.
said
So sorry.
The roll.
Four.
I'm writing them down.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
Just the number of links? Does it include the cuffs?
Who knows?
It's either 6 or 8. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
The teeth are 9, I'm pretty sure.
And 18?
$18 for the sun.
Yeah, I think so. It's
Okay.
here. Let's try 7, 5, 9, 6, 18. And if that doesn't work, 7, 5, 9, 8, 18.
I'm so proud of you guys. You enter 759-618. Stone door starts to pull itself open. Are you guys able to see that? Oh, weird. What? Why would
What
they
have
go
you
through
done?
all the trouble of letting me add a cool secret door and then not show it to you guys? Hang on.
Well, where, I suppose? In the warehouse?
There we go.
Oh, there it is.
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel, friends.
I can't even see it. I didn't know what we got. We went through all that trouble. I'm fucking here.
No, sorry. Zeke just posted another hating puzzles monologue. Alright, the door slides open. Reveal a stone hall. As you look through the stone hall into the darkness, you can see that it has two arches on the left-hand side. One has a stairwell going up. The other seems to continue into like a hall, a short hall.
Oh, fucking more stairs. Let's go to the hall first.
The hole.
The hall.
Okay.
As you look down that hall, you see it leads to a winding downward spiral staircase. There's also just sort of there's an oppressive feeling as you get close. It's not anything physical, but it's real enough, and you all experience it enough to understand that it's probably some sort of magic. There's something foreboding that is coming from that direction. Your skin gets a little bit cold, your hair stands on end. You feel like something is breathing down your neck when you look down that hallway towards this stairwell.
This doesn't feel like your obelisk, Narafi.
Whoa.
Sorry, that's very loud. That just opens up
No, it's
into the
perfect.
west.
Out of the door.
Guys. How do I turn this down? What have I done?
It's okay.
Made a huge mistake.
Mine has been down for a while. And it could
What's
be
in
in any
here?
of these.
Up there, you find a stone statue that seems to have a shelf under it, like it was a storage chamber of some sort, but this shelf is open and it is empty. However, in the statue's hand, there is a scroll.
I grab it. Oh, I detect magic up. Is there anything magic?
The scroll absolutely has a little bit of abjuration magic. Specifically, the hands of the statue, this dragon statue, are clutched around the scroll, and the hands have abjuration magic on them. The scroll itself seems to be mundane.
Okay, I do not grab it.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some sort of protective ward on this. Give me a minute, I'll figure it out. And I'll
Right.
do a little quick identify.
Nice.
That's very good. You're able to quickly deduce that this is pretty standard magic. Essentially, the hands will cling to the scroll as long as they can. It will not let people take this scroll for as long as it's active. And if it feels like it is going to lose the scroll, it will simply destroy it. It is a burn if it is about to be read enchantment, essentially. With the 27, you would also know it can just be dispelled. It's kind of just a basic protection to prevent things from being stolen that shouldn't
That's
be
what I
stolen.
was just about to ask. I will just go ahead and cast a spell.
Easy enough. You watch as the magic... let's see. Go ahead and give me a counteract check. Let's make it official. I think even on a fail, you just need to not critically fail. I'll double check the level of this effect. Oh, that's
Natural
so
20,
easy. Yes,
The statue
effortless.
crumbles to dust.
Effortless. This is actually makes so much sense because this is the kind of spell that would be likely to exist in Wexasass a lot for protecting, private and confidential information. And you're able to just wave your hand and the whole thing goes inert.
I'll slide the scroll out of there and see what's inside.
Wonderful. Let's see. Loot. The scroll, when you open it, do you open it right away?
Absolutely. I'm horny for information.
Perfect. It is written in Ramasek. I think you speak that. Is that true?
I do.
Wonderful. Let me pull it over.
What sort of scroll is this?
Not sure yet. Nothing magical. Just something somebody wanted to protect.
Also not like a spell scroll.
Okay. Spare me
She
your
shakes her
groaning.
head.
Spare me your groaning. Inside, you find in Ramasek a cipher, a ciphered message, which you can just roll to. I'll solve it for you if you don't enjoy solving ciphers.
You have no idea how much I don't enjoy solving ciphers. Let me see.
Let's
I might-
just-
I might do a spell about this even.
Sure.
I don't know if this solves ciphers or not. Let me read the spell. I'm not casting this yet, just reading it.
Understood.
Translate.
Okay, no, it says it does not let you understand codes or anything. Cool. Alright, let me just roll for it.
Give me any sort of intelligence check.
Does Arcana count?
Sure, you're not going to get a bonus to Arcana, but I'll just take your intelligence portion of it.
So, is
yeah,
Academia going to be better?
Yes, Academia will be very good for this. Yes,
If Jane translates some of the letters, could I help?
yes, absolutely.
Here's-
I'll spend a hero point on this. Also, do we have a second hero point?
I'll let you know before you spend a hero point. 19 on Academia, bumped to 21, is way more than enough to solve a simple cipher.
Yeah.
Okay, great, cool.
There you go.
It's a long and annoying process. You don't have a word processor to replace letters automatically. But after 10 or 15 minutes, you're eventually able to translate it. And it reads...
Yeah, Jane's bumping into walls and stuff, reading this while following everybody else through this place.
Yeah. While you're walking around, Rafi casually puts the flask to your lips like your drink. You get 18 HP back.
Thank you.
Count Thernaliak. I am happy to provide evidence of my holdings to my liege as my honorable duty. The included piece, priceless even at its modest size, is not a tithe of a tithe of a tithe of the complete piece. The material is of immeasurable value to the right people, which is to say, me, but is of no value and perhaps of great danger to those who do not understand its complicated nature. Complicated, notably, is capitalized. Do not keep it near anything or anyone that you find valuable. It is best kept somewhere remote, infrequently traveled, and preferably underground. We may discuss this matter in private. I don't wish to risk interception. A number of unscrupulous organizations, including the Cult of Whispers and a few Wexisassi merchant wizard lords, are particularly fascinated by the material, and I have reason to believe that they watch for opportunity to steal my findings at all times. The boulder is deep within the bowels of the earth. A day's flight east of my county in the ruins of an old Vesper territory, still technically under the rule of the Mad Countess of F. Travel with due secrecy, although if F is in no state to resist my upcoming annexation of her territory, I don't wish to give her nearby ally, Count Arguminivex, any reason to suspect my plans. Dress for long travel on foot. I'm afraid the narrow caverns will require the use of a lesser form. I suspect you will not be interested in the material once you understand it better, but I'm happy to educate my liege in the matter, its origin, its nature, and how it might be harnessed for chronomantic purposes. Perhaps in exchange you could tell me what you know of your own new master. I admit that in my pursuit of knowledge about the Echo Tyrant, I have overlooked my own study of the Desolate King. In fact, I thought he was long destroyed.
Ooh, intriguing. So that implication is that the Desolate King is Count Thranalax's master. Does the fact that complicated is capitalized mean anything to me?
Certainly means something. Give me a... Boy.
What could that
You could just give me an insight check if you wanted to, or maybe an occultism.
Can I figure out why it's capitalized?
You can also give me an esoteric lore here. Jane, it's
I could
certainly...
do occultism too.
Sure, either one would work.
How much of a benefit will occultism have? I guess.
They...
I will.
Or go.
Before you get too far into that, I will
Go
say
ahead.
for the record that she reads this to herself,
Gotcha.
and I need to think about whether she says what it says.
Understood. To help
Sure.
inform
Yeah,
that,
he's
here's
just
what
waiting.
Jane knows. Complicated certainly is alluding to something more serious. It's probably some sort of magical effect or secret nature. It clearly is capitalized for a reason. You don't know for sure what that reason is.
Okay. And yeah, I think we'll see what happens for the next 10 minutes before I figure out while I think about what I want to say about
For
this.
sure. Then while this is all going on, while Jane is sitting like a nerd solving a puzzle, what do the rest of you guys do for 10 minutes? If anything.
Just look at the places that we haven't looked at yet.
Yeah, fair. At this point, go ahead and give me a perception check if you want to check out that winding stairwell. It's kind of the only place you guys haven't thoroughly searched.
Just chilling with Jane for now, in case someone sneaks up on her while she's doing her thing.
Sounds good. Let me
So
get
I'll-
branches.
I'll be just following behind everybody else to, while we're walking up there.
Yeah, keeping her from bumping into walls, I suppose.
Right. Pencil in one hand, trying to decipher this thing.
Yeah, I'm helping Branch look around all the other stuff, but also Kaz has become so bored with all this puzzle solving that he's pulled out his Bandalore.
Excellent.
I'm just trying to do yo-yo tricks. I'm like, hey Branch, have you seen this one? It's called Walking the Dog. Hold on,
What's a Bandalore?
hold on, hold on, I got it. Hold on. Hold on.
Can I snatch it up? You'll get it back once you learn how to forge proper papers.
That's your job. That's your whole thing.
Huh? I don't want to keep doing that for everyone. Yeah. Is there anything? What did I get from the perception? Can I slant my fucking Edgecite shit because this is slightly related? Not my fucking investigator shit because this is slightly related to Thernaliax.
Yeah, he's one of your active cases right now, right?
Yeah.
Sure, you absolutely get a bonus to that. That bumps it to, I believe, an 18. You start to get the sense that this winding passage goes down and down and down, deep and deep and deep, probably at least like 30 or 40 feet. Are you going down, or are you staying at the top of the stairs?
I'll just turn to Kaz and be like, put the fucking yo-yo away. And keep your guard up. I think there's some shit down here. And yeah, and I'll keep going down.
Okay.
I don't know if anyone else.
As you go down lower and lower, how do you do it? Do you quietly, loudly, quickly,
Quietly.
slowly?
I'm assuming we've been in quiet ever since we found the fucking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood. There's this creeping chill that kind of goes up your spine as you make your way lower and lower, and it starts to smell bad. It starts to smell like rotting meat. It smells like death and decay. And eventually, give me a stealth check. Anybody who's going down as part of this.
I'll give you one.
Branch rolls a nat 13 for 19.
Let me see if I can.
There's something wrong with the. Nothing has loaded. Okay, it's working.
Okay. I don't have anything else ahead of time other than that Kaz puts his bandolier away and pulls out a few cards instead. So I'm going to go into the Fane's.
Perfect. Yep.
Fane's Febreze
Forbury, I
stance.
Fane's Forbray? Forbear?
Fane's Febreze.
Beans from.
Febreze.
Then yeah, here's the stuff.
Wonderful.
Oh, it was almost a 20.
Sure was.
It was.
Branch at the front, I assume. Eventually, the stairs stop twisting and curling, and you're the first to look out into the straight passage down into a bigger chamber where there is a soft, kind of sickly green light that is glowing from the center of the room. And you can see the shadow of a figure who's just kind of standing in front of a large obelisk. And they have a hood over their head. They are kind of facing sideways from your current perspective. But they do kind of just tilt their head a little as if they're aware that you were there, but don't react immediately.
Nice decor.
I imagine as part of that 3, I just drop my bandolier as I'm trying to pocket it. It like clanks down the stairs one step at a time.
I'm imagining the meme, the bar fall, just like for an entire flight of stones.
I mean, it's 2 wooden discs, so it's not that loud, but I do love where you're coming from.
The little wooden discs clack and smack and roll their way all the way down the stairs, and then eventually roll past you, Branch, and do the pot lid or the coin twirl thing where it's just spinning on the ground until it
Do that
eventually
thing where
comes
they
to a stop.
they not only bounce off the steps, but they hit the wall all the way down, and it's 13 extra clinks on the way down. It's just terrible.
Yeah, I'll just pick it up and I think you dropped this, Kaz.
And when you call out nice decor, I'm going to pull everybody else over. The figure kind of speaks out with a feminine voice to you. It's beautiful. The pain is gone.
Wow. So this is helping you with that?
It has saved me, yes.
From what?
Feel it.
Not entirely, no. I don't know if I need to roll deception for that. Or...
You don't feel anything. Narafi, you feel so much energy coming off of this thing.
Who are you?
Terracin was my name in life. I think I may keep it.
Oh, another one. Huh.
Just looking at her ravens Cyrillin?
Oh yeah, certainly Cyrilla. She's got this brilliant white cloak that goes up into a hood over her head, all gilded around the hems of it. There's a crimson skirt along the bottom, and then a big golden staff, like a wizard's staff and a crown over her head, both of which have the figures of a sun as their like decorum. Or decorations, rather.
Sorry about your friends up there, by the way.
Oh, they serve too.
No?
Eternal life has found us.
Right. Desolate King stuff? Or
22?
you free agent?
So what is this? Just to kind of like size her up, get a sense for what she is?
I'm doing the exploit vulnerability.
Gotcha, wonderful. Let me double check her DC. As you study her while Branch is having this conversation, Narafi, you see that she does have an elven figure face under her hood, but as she speaks, you see little pointed fangs. She certainly appears to be a vampire of some sort, or a thrall. With a 17, you get the sense that she is more lucid and coherent than the others were. You imagine she is probably not just a low-level thrall. She probably has some actual vampiric properties, maybe even a full-fledged vampire, but at the very least, more powerful. In addition to all of that, she appears to be a spellcaster. She has a staff. She is capable of wielding mana. She certainly seems like she knows some spells. As a vampire, you imagine that she probably has all the typical weaknesses to silver and things like that. Probably immune to a lot of effects like poison and sleep. She's undead. Probably has a regenerative property. Probably would be fucked over by a stake through the heart or exposure to too much sunlight.
What one question do you guys want?
Is she gonna murder our asses when we destroy this obelisk? I think we know that already, though.
I'm going to, this obelisk won't go boom for a while still. Maybe, 30 minutes? Rafik thinks maybe we can have a conversation. You're one of the Risen now.
What?
Yes. I think that is the word for it. You know of this. Are you with him? With the man in my visions?
It's complicated.
Kind of tilts her head, peers at you.
That man in your vision wishes only to subjugate you.
Is that not what I was doing before?
Subjugating?
Being subjugated. Are we not all subjugated to something? Would it not be better to be subjugated to something that can at least grant you eternal life?
You already have eternal life. That wasn't your choice, I assume?
No, but I believe in fate. I believe we are rewarded for faith.
Amazing. It doesn't take anything for you Cyrillans to find a different god, huh? Well, at least this one's treating you better, it seems.
I was devout. They pushed me away. The god is not what she was when I first learned of her. The church is different.
You mind telling us what you were doing here in the first place then? Before all, and then he gestures to the entire room. All this.
Give thinking. Would she have any reason to just tell you this?
You have a reason to not, right?
Give me a diplomacy check.
Please
Oh, great.
roll for me. Papa, I mean, my arms are so weak.
I was almost a natural 19.
Yeah, nat 3 for 8.
Nat 3.
Nat 3 for 8.
Ooh, hero point.
Yeah.
Excellent. I think that's your last one.
Yeah, we had 2.
Yes.
We have used 2.
All right. Good luck.
And this is Branch's second one. 7 for 12.
7 for 12.
Okay.
I was serving my church in their misguided ways.
Oh, can I take the whistling bone out again? Or can it record more than one message?
Great question. I honestly don't know. Let me go look.
The Desolate King is no god.
No, that's what makes him so excellent. Next one, 1 minute of ambient sounds, including speech. Chance for consent can't be activated again. Okay. No, just one.
Hold on to that. You'll just need to get more of those.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say I gotta double check. That might be a consumable too. That might have
What?
broken the first time I used it, but I'll double check.
Oh.
I could be wrong. I just read through it very quickly. I'll check it between sessions.
It's so useful.
It is. It's good to have a recorder.
Yeah. When you're a cop.
tape recorder when you're a cop. Ex-cop, whichever.
Whatever branch is at the moment.
Is it consumable?
Oh, I'll check it between sessions. What do you guys do?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, no, I'm just talking to her. Just like... So, you choose, or have you been forced to?
I was forced to, just as you were forced into life in the first place. I'm making what I can out of what I have been given.
You don't have to follow him. We can free you from it, and you can make decisions on your own. Your second life should not be spent in subjugation. Don't you want to be free?
She turns and looks to you. Oh boy. You... Oh man. Okay, I gotta be careful I do this. Give me a second. She turns to look at you, and she slowly pulls the cowl back. And you can see that there is, like, red marking across her forehead in the shape of the Desolate King's symbol. Her pale skin is almost, like, seared with a symbol. Certainly doesn't seem good to you.
That's like zealotry, right?
And she, like, fixes her eyes on you and just says, "Fool. Stupid fool."
Joke's on you. I already have your vulnerabilities.
Already 3 steps ahead of you.
And what's so foolish about wanting to be free? Wanting choice.
I would rather have life, have power. We are something bigger than ourselves when we work together under his name.
No.
Strange how you seem born again, but still the same ideals and way of acting as you did under Ava.
You've come to interfere.
And that shit behind you has been nothing but trouble for us. So maybe.
You speak of life and freedom, but do you have the power to cut your own puppet strings?
What happens to a puppet when you cut its strings?
You should have the strings to stand on your own if you're so for all of this?
None of us do, don't you see? He is our strength. He is our future.
Ethan is having trouble arguing this because while it was his choice to go against his father, his entire life was dedicated to taking his father down. In a way, he did feel like it was controlling him.
You can't honestly think that trading in one master for another has really changed your life. All it really did is carve some fucking stupid looking runes on your face. Oh, and the whole not being able to go in sunlight and being killed by splinters thing. That seems like a big negative.
I can't imagine not respecting yourself that you think you're not even your corpse should rest. But if you want to brand yourself like a bull, then I will put you down like one.
You can certainly try. She kind of like extends her staff and begins to channel a little bit of fire in her hand. And unless you guys are going to try to de-escalate very quickly, I think we'll probably roll initiative there.
Sorry if I pushed it, but I don't think there was talking sense into it.
Totally fair. Alright.
Speak to us again when your mind is free. And he pulls out, he's got the sledgehammer out. It
Hell
takes a swing.
Hell yeah. Alright, let's do
Time for initiative. Let's go.
11.
What did I get?
You got 12. I got 16.
Wait, did he?
Sweet.
Jane has her focus points back, I assume. For
I
this
do,
fight?
yeah. What did Branch get?
Branch is getting... Oh, he rolled a nat 20 for 25.
Ooh,
Wow.
okay.
Oh, that was
Alright, I'm
diplomacy
gonna-
earlier.
I'm gonna do my stabilize thing. Which just sets me to 16, and I go before Rafik, because I always go first if I tie.
Excellent.
Because of my thing.
Alright, excellent. Branch, you see that she begins to channel some sort of a spell, and you are quick on the draw. What do you do?
How far am I away from that?
There's just a 5-foot gap between you. If you step down one space, you'll be next to her.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll be flanking with me.
Nice. Okay. Branch will one action move 5 feet up next to them. Oh, yeah. My weapon has reach, doesn't it?
It sure does.
Yeah.
Use
You
your
don't
chain.
even have to. Yeah, you don't have to move. Hell,
One
if you
action-
do your
Yeah.
thingy.
Yeah, one action, and stratagem to see if would be possible to like interrupt her from summoning magic by like possibly wrapping my chain around her little staff right there,
Ooh,
and then
Excellent.
like stepping on it to like wrench it out of her hands.
let me double check. I think literally every word of what you just said is supported by the rules.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, so you could attempt to grab her. If you succeed in grabbing her, she has to do a flat check in order to do anything with the manipulate action, which includes many spells, any spell with a hand component to them.
Yeah.
Sick. If you want to do that, that'll be your athletics against her fort DC.
And the roll to see if the stratagem goes off.
Right, so let's do the stratagem first. So the stratagem has to be a strike. Or do you want to test that first, or do you just want to jump straight to trying to grapple her?
Straight to trying to grapple, yeah.
Alright, excellent. Here
The chain.
we go.
I imagine it's like some combination of wrapping it around the fucking staff, and then like it carries the energy through to her arms too.
Love that.
Or
Love that.
something.
Alright, her fort DC is a 16. You're looking for 16 on your athletics. Here we go. You rolled a nat 9 for 13. Unfortunately, she is able to just yank the staff free.
Okay.
That's 2 actions. What do you got for your third?
He'll do like a flip to catch the chain that gets wrenched away for panache on the next turn.
Love that, love that. Let's see, acrobatics. Probably.
Yay!
Now 8 for 17 is a success. You've got your panache. And that brings us to Jane.
All right, cool. She will kind of warily eyeing the obelisk, look over at the vampire, get out her top, starts to spin very slowly in her hand, and I will cast a spell.
No.
So let me double check a thing real quick. I think this is the first time that this has actually come up. Okay, wonderful. As a reaction, as she sees you beginning to cast the spell, she is going to use a haste slot to attempt to counterspell this.
Whoa.
She expends 1 haste, and then she does a check against your wizard DC. These are both level 3 spells, so she needs to succeed. She does not need to crit succeed. So what is your DC?
16.
16.
16, here we go. Oh, she is quite good at Arcana. Oh, wait,
Does that
no.
mean she's casting a spell?
She is casting a spell.
I react.
Wait!
Implements interruption.
Use the concentration. Oh, shit. Yeah, she's definitely doing that. She's in your reach. Yep, she's in your reach. Okay, make a strike. Let's see it.
I've got a sledgehammer. And it's silvered. And if it's within, like,
Son of a bitch.
That was on the totem.
Oh, that's on the
yeah.
totem. Okay.
Oh, sorry. No, that's on her.
Okay, that is still a hit, just not a critical hit.
Yeah. It should, she's being flanked by Branch because he has reach.
Correct. So that bumps it to a
That's-
22, which is still not a crit, but still a hit.
Okay, regular. So it's not interrupted. But she does
Wonderful. She does take the damage, though.
Yeah, she does take 2d6 plus
Ow.
7 plus her weakness and
For
or
19
plus 5.
total.
Yeah.
My attack of opportunity didn't go off, right?
Not yet, no. Oh, wait, hang on.
Manipulate? I was
Yeah,
about
it's
to ask
it's
that.
a
God.
I was waiting my turn. You've got... She made it.
Yeah, she's
You made a bad
100%. Yeah, she sure did. She's doing a manipulate action, so all 3 of your attacks of opportunity go off. Yeah, let's see it. Fuck me.
Yeah, that's the pain in there and throws it back at her.
Son of a bitch. Okay. Sure, let's
One
get
of
some
your
attacks
crits
of opportunity.
will be cancelled.
And yeah, I don't know exactly how the... I'll just roll this and we'll see how...
Yeah, we'll see
You
how it
have a
goes.
weapon with reach?
I do. I'm using the Scorpion Whip, which has
Sweet.
the disarm property.
Oh, boy.
Disarm property just means you can use your weapon to disarm at its
At range, yeah.
distance. Yeah.
Kaz misses. Branch hits for...
It's so much less sad.
Oh, sorry.
When you're not doing it.
It sure is. I also accidentally had the finisher check, so some of that damage is not real. The 3D... Oh, that's a shame, because that was 3 6s on 3d6, all of which is not real.
666.
That is still 4, 6 plus another 2 that should be on there for a total of 8 points of damage.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
not silver.
That...
I'm assuming I can't finish her when it's not when I can't like declare attacks of opportunity can't be finished.
I
Right?
think that is true, and I'll double check between sessions.
Hey, I don't know how
Okay.
that stuff works, but does Rafik being behind her right there give her flat-footed?
Yeah, she is absolutely flat-footed against this.
So
Which
if-
does mean you hit. Yeah, you hit.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's already marked as flat-footed. It's
It
already,
already
built up.
calculates.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
I wasn't
still a
sure.
miss. But good eye. You do absolutely get flanking even with reach weapon. Okay.
Sweet.
Like
So
how
she-
I put myself here just for that.
So Jane casts a spell. She tries to counterspell. All 3 of you jump on her when she tries to counterspell. 2 of you hit, but it doesn't break her concentration, so now her counterspell goes up. She needs
Yeah.
to beat a DC 16 with her religion check. Go.
I like these little chain reaction.
Yeah.
Religion or spell casting check?
Uh,
It's just like a +6 for counteract. It'll be like her DC -10 usually when you make a spellcasting check.
It's plus 10 is her attack roll here, which I assume is the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing then.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think a spellcasting check is just whatever your spellcasting stat is. Anyway, I'll look it up for now. The point now, she rolled a nat 10 with at least a plus 10 bonus. It is enough. She is able to counterspell your slow with her haste.
Balls.
Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty loose butthole, if I'm being honest.
You take out that gun and just shoot her.
No, I will. Last action. Let's see who's close to me. Let's do Kaz. Or no, let's do Rafik. I
That is
get
all
a
three
little
of us.
glimpse into the next 6 seconds of Rafik's battle. I'll cast Diviner Sight. Diviners?
Diviner Sight, I think. Woo!
Hey, you've got a
Diviner.
nat 18 on deck if you need it for a saving throw or skill check.
All right.
Oh, okay. Saving throw skill check. Yeah, cool.
Wonderful. I think that's 3 actions, which brings us to Rafik.
Gosh, I think I attacked this 3 times,
Understood.
and the sledgehammer, I believe, ignores 3 hardness.
Correct.
So yeah, here's 1. Four.
Excellent. 11. And then add another 3 because you bypass another hard.
Miss.
And miss. Okay.
And the last one.
Dick.
Miss. Damn it.
All right. Excellent. Still, though, even with just 1 hit, you put some pretty big cracks in this thing. Green light begins to kind of flare from where you make the impact.
Yeah, that's me.
All right. That brings us to Terrasen. She begins to regenerate a little bit, as you do. All right. She is going to turn to you, Rafik, and with 2 actions, you watch as... Oops, sorry, you're breaking up. What do you say?
What?
Oop, you went robot for a second. What you got? He's dead.
Oh.
Blipped out of existence. Welcome back.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, the internet was being...
Oh
weird.
yeah, it
What
just
she do?
shit the bed for everybody right at the
Yeah,
same
there goes all of us.
Gotcha. Must be
Oh,
a distant
okay.
voice. Okay, if
That's
we're
weird.
good now, she's going to turn to you, Rafik, and with 2 actions, she is going to cast a spell.
Implements interaction.
Oh yeah, it was just your turn, wasn't it? Son of a bitch.
Fucking got him. Oldest trick in the book.
Shit.
It's fucking goldfish over here.
Attack lever.
It would trigger the
Right.
branch
I
cast,
miss.
but you guys haven't had your turns
Yeah.
back yet.
Yeah, I miss. I was
Okay,
attacking the totem.
13 is a
Yeah.
miss. Thank Christ she gets this off. You
Yeah.
watch as the burnt-in symbol on her forehead glows, and you feel something that feels just like the pulses that have come from this obelisk. You feel a searing, burning invasion of your mind. I need you to give me a will save, please.
You have
Stop
an
this, I don't
18 on
consent.
deck. You have an
That's
18
true.
on
I
deck.
used
You want
it.
it.
I just used the 18. I just used the 18.
That
Plus 5.
plus 5? Okay. You were able to fight off the Sing Strike Dominate spell.
Thank you. Thank you.
That, sucks. Boy, oh boy. Okay. Okay, she's got 1 action left. What can she do with 1 action?
Step.
She could step.
She could step.
She could pull out a
She
gun
could-
and shoot somebody. That's what I do every time I cast a 2 action spell.
Yeah, she could recall knowledge. I don't know what would help her.
If
Is
you-
recall knowledge something you can do for 1 action?
Absolutely. Yeah.
What does that do in combat? Sorry to interrupt
So the
flow.
most I know that they codified this a bunch in the remaster, and I'm still learning it, but the basic idea is you learn a useful fact, which can be like a meta or mechanical thing. You could learn something's level or like its worst save or something like that.
Jesus, I should be doing that constantly.
Yeah. This is
good for you.
Oh my god, we got it. This is a big lesson that a lot of people
Here you go.
tell me to reinforce, and I've done a bad job of reinforcing. Recall knowledge is very good in combat.
Like here, like it's usually secret. You see.
My god.
Yep.
This changes everything. I don't need a gun anymore.
I
You
tried
could
to
just be like,
I tried to kind of introduce this with Hopper, but then Hopper only saw 2 fights and did nothing useful. But he has like the special recall knowledge thing. Anyway,
Narafe's thaumaturge thing is technically recalling knowledge, but special.
Anyway, when she fails to dominate you, she looks at you, Rifik, says, "If you will not join him, then you will serve him." And she's just going to strike you. 24 is a hit
That hits. Ow.
for 19 points of slashing damage as these long, sharp, clawed fingers dig in around your shoulder blade and begin to pull. But that is 3 actions, and that brings us to Kaz.
Okay. I see what Rafika's trying to do still. We don't want to kill her. We want to break this obelisk and subdue her instead. So, for now, I'm going to try that still. So first is going to be another whip strike to try to disarm her.
Alright, let's see. Disarm, PF2. Single
Hoo-pa!
action.
Oh no.
Oh no. So this is an athletics check.
Well,
if your
natural 2.
modifier is any better, I imagine it is not better than a +9, though.
Probably not. Yeah, definitely not.
Alright, then unfortunately she is
Whole
able
thing.
to just kind of slip free as your chain goes wide.
Yeah, I believe your magical enchantment to your weapon applies to your check if you're using a weapon with
Correct.
that trait.
That is true. Either way, that is already built in there anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that helps at all with this. I guess I'll use my second action. Did you rule if we could feint with a ranged weapon? Or a reach weapon?
Oh, I know I did. Let me go find it. Can you feint at range? Yes.
Cool.
Yep, sure can.
Okay, then with my second action to try to get Panache, I'm just going to try to distract her with the whip as it's kind of like lashed out by her anyway to kind of like make it like a ripple and twist around her like a snake or whatever.
Love that.
I think that's just a deception. Let me see what my feint is actually. God, I had a thing for. Where's my? I had a tool. Yeah, there we go.
Wonderful.
Rolling it.
That is, again, the
Failure.
perception DC, that is unfortunately not good enough.
Fuck.
Fuck man. I guess she has a really good wisdom.
Yeah, just. I'll try to whip her again for actual damage.
Hey, there's a hit. 10 points of slack. Alright, I believe that is all 3 actions.
Sure is.
That brings us to Branch.
Is that reduced by silver?
Is that reduced by silver?
Well, put the chain away and take out the silver brass knuckle, the improvised brass knuckles.
Hell yeah.
For a pivot action. One action to step forward. And one last action to like was that 1 or 2 actions? Wait. Yeah, it was 1 action.
1 to step forward. Yep.
1 action to devise a stratagem to like shuffle the coins in my hand, toss like flip one into the air as like a little coin trick to distract her, and then go in for a strike. Like I forget what it's called, but it's like the fucking one that makes people off guard when you use it.
the unbalancing finisher.
Balancing finisher, yeah.
All right, let's see how this goes. This is with silver coins.
Yeah, this is what.
Improvised weapon. Wonderful. Oh, this
Hey.
beautiful.
Hey,
Also,
It was almost a crit.
dexterity.
Oh wait, you're targeting Rafik?
Oh
I don't mean to
shit!
do
Sorry,
that.
it's because I'm the DM. I was targeting Rafik. 27. So you see this plan in your head. It's gonna crit.
oh, hell yeah. Then yeah, I go through with it.
All right, third action. We go through with. It's gonna be all this plus an extra d6 because it was your plan. Let's go.
What?
Jesus, 32 total points of damage as you line up all of these silver coins perfectly and just slam the butt of your palm into them, and they kind of like jab into her cheekbone. They begin to hiss and spark the silver like poison to her.
Like that? and then fucking. Yes, that's the end of my turn.
All right, that's all three actions. That brings us to Jane.
Okay. Something definition of insanity.
Boy, man, on the one hand, she learned her lesson, but on the other hand, slow sucks. Oh god, what is her fort like? Maybe she can just tank that.
You won't.
Oh, her fort's not good. Her fort's not good.
Dice though.
She's just gonna try to tank it. She doesn't want to get hit 3 times like last time.
Okay,
All right.
I will give her a -1 item penalty to her saving throw as I get the stopwatch out.
Oh,
Or
nice.
the pocket watch.
Excellent. And go and roll me a d6 for that. 5. Let's see what
Not
5
good.
does. Context pocket watch. There we go. Nice. You find that this barely sort of taps the reserve. It is on a 1-minute cooldown.
Hell yeah, awesome.
All right, here we go. Fort save with a -1. That's a big old fail.
Hell yes.
Target is slowed 1 for 1 minute. Great.
Beautiful. Okay, that is 2 actions. Last action. I don't know if this falls under what you do with recall knowledge. Can I tell how long it's going to be till this totem goes off again?
Absolutely, sure. Go ahead and give me a occultism or religion check. Or if you have an applicable lore skill. Plenty. It seems to be on a pretty right. In fact, you're a chronomancer who has a very good sense of time. But you know that the time between the last 2 pulses that you saw Rafik acting weird, it was like exactly an hour.
Okay,
and this
cool.
one just went off like 20 minutes ago, I think 15, 20 minutes. So you got time. You have a lot of time.
Oh, so we've got plenty of time. Okay.
yeah,
okay.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Well, I reckon I'll just go ahead and get out one of my scrolls of Blazing Bolt that I bought at the store the other day. Read that off and cast myself a little Blazing Bolt.
Excellent. Now!
Hell yes.
Oh boy, that is
Oh
a
my
critical hit.
god.
How poignant too for it to be fire that does this. That's fun. I like this a lot.
Say, I don't think there's a way for me to like click crit, so I'm just gonna roll twice.
Effect can just take double.
Yeah, I'll just take that.
Oh, okay.
You watch as almost instinctively, as she sees this fire bolt scorch over to her, she brings up her staff and holds the emblem of Aeva, one of the sun goddesses, the goddess of fire and morning, towards it, as if expecting it to just be sucked away by it, to be completely negated. And it does nothing. It is fully engulfed by the flame, which peels around the staff and blasts her in the face. You watch as her pale skin starts to crackle and sputter and char, as she
Incredible.
screams behind the bolt of fire.
That's my 3 actions. That's it for me.
I think you get another bolt, don't you?
No, it's like 1 bolt per action.
Oh, I
I
understand.
think. Let me read here.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I
yeah,
forget you only
yes.
did 1 action on it. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
That brings us to Riffy.
Okay, let's try and beat the shit out of this object. Some more. What?
That is 1 hit. For 11 plus another. Oh wait, shit. I gotta do the magic. There we go. That plus another 3.
Fucking again? God, okay.
It is worth noting. It doesn't necessarily apply to you hitting or missing this thing. This one, I know the art is the same as we've used before. It does feel bigger. It feels more powerful.
Bigger,
It feels more
sharper.
resilient. Yeah. This one is certainly a step up from the one that you found in the desert that one time.
Makes sense.
Either way, that is 3 actions. That brings us to Teresa. She heals a little bit. Alright. Something's gotta give. Something's gotta give. Oh, is this a big cone? That seems awesome. Okay.
She only has 2 actions. Don't forget now.
Oh, right. Right.
You cast one spell.
I heard big cone, and I'm like, that sounds like 3 actions.
And just remember what happens when she casts spell.
Yeah. She's a wizard. She has to cast spells. She's
Get
off.
off, magic girl.
She not a cleric?
In which we learned that 1 wizard against a bunch of melees is not a good fight in this game.
For the visual, DC. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It's the couch meme.
Is Jane the fluffer in that sense?
I think so.
All right, we got to do it. This is what she's good at. She is going to turn this time to Branch. And she just kind of locks eyes with you for a moment, and you feel your vision drawn in. You feel this creeping presence as she is trying to assert her dominance over your mind. I need another will save.
Well,
DC 17, here we
It's
go.
manipulate.
Oh, that
I
is.
beat the shit out of her.
It is manipulate, so you guys can all beat the shit out of her real quick.
does it trigger for me too?
Sure does. God damn it.
I hate to break it to you, but I just crit that bitch.
Cancelled her.
Son of a bitch.
Fuck your counterspell, I've got a whip.
Christ.
Oh fuck.
Oh boy.
Pay for one night
14.
right now.
You're using
Fucking
your reaction
missed.
too, right?
No, this is my reaction.
Alright, we have one from Branch. He has used his panache at least. Action, punch, silver coins. Oh, thank God, Branch misses. Still, Kaz gets through with a critical hit, which... Oh, it's fine. I had another spellcaster who had help, and he's upstairs. But I like the way that went. That was more fun. So, let's see, you interrupt on a crit, right, Kaz?
I think so.
Double check.
Could you post yours? Because it's different.
Yeah, it
for
depends
each.
on what your attack of opportunity says, what it does.
It does say disrupt. Let me post
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
disrupt means. Yeah, if you disrupt
Disrupts
on a
what
crit,
though? For example, fighters can only disrupt like manipulate and stuff, and monks can disrupt movement.
I see. Let's see.
So
Attack of
okay, you
opportunity.
have regular attack opportunity. Let's see.
This one of the attack is a critical hit, and the trigger was a manipulate action, which it was. You disrupt it. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, eat shit.
That's her entire turn.
You didn't give me your staff, so I'm just gonna whip you until you stop trying to cast spells.
She tried to look
Guys.
into Branch's eyes.
This is what happens when you put a lone mage in a room with 3 mage slayers with interrupts.
No, this is
Not
what you
even
get
that.
for making us try to solve puzzles.
True. Yeah, I deserve this, Kaz.
We're
It's
gonna
your
put all
proper
our
turn.
frustration. We're gonna put all our frustration out.
Get it all out. Let it all out.
Oh, it's my
Make us solve
It's your turn, yeah.
puzzles.
Yeah,
God, you guys have reach too. Oh my god.
I do.
Okay.
I don't even know if I want to pull out my sword for this. I just want to keep whipping her from here.
Yeah.
I mean, I might as well. I can even feint from here too. So yeah, I'll.
Do it. Dude, get your panache.
I've just whipped her. It's my turn. I'll try to like crack the whip right next to her head.
Oh,
to
that's
try
fine.
to,
This is against her perception DC, which is quite high. Good luck.
She did notice us coming down those stairs.
Yep. That
And that-
unfortunately is still a fail. She has a very high perception DC.
Oh,
Damn.
how unfortunate for you. That means you'll just see these next two coming. Strike number 1.
Hit. 10 points of slashing minus her resistance.
Ah, dang it. I had a thing I should have definitely done with the 2 actions instead. Let me read how this works though real quick.
It's okay. Remembering what you can do.
Casting from a cantrip deck, it's an activate of 1 action, but it's still, if it's like a 2
It's
action.
just the same numbers.
Yeah, it's the same
okay,
numbers
yeah,
this
okay,
time.
yeah. I was just remembering I have needle, or needle dart cantrip decks and silver coins. But that'll be next turn, maybe, if she's alive. For now, I'm just gonna whip her again.
Alright, let's.
Actually, do this instead. Whip a card out. And miss.
Card goes wide. That brings us back to the top. Branch.
Fuck it. 1 action. Gain panache by doing like coin tricks and shit. I can't think right now.
Acrobatics.
Second action. Acrobatics. Second action. Stratagem to see if the thing that I did last time will work again.
Perfect. Second same as
And
the
third
first.
action. Yeah, and third action, finisher, but this time just a confident finisher for the damage and probably kill. I can't see her health, but I'm assuming she's almost dead.
She's at about a third, yeah.
What? Oh, okay.
Let's see. Panache. Competent and pump. You can tell that your plan is going to be a regular hit, and third action go through it.
Yeah, third action finisher, confident finisher.
Plus an extra d6 because of the plan. For a grand total of 26.
I don't see any of the
Okay.
numbers. Oh, there it is.
Alright, she is still up, but she looks miserable.
Or
Say again.
all the confident finisher stuff added too.
It did. Confident Finner is built in. Grand total was 26 total damage. But
Awesome.
that's
And
3
the-
actions.
Yeah, 3 actions.
Almost took her out.
That'll bring us to Jane.
Jane like reaches up to her arms and kind of rubs her arms a little bit, because it's cold in here. I wish I had a parka. And then I will cast a spell. And then cast
Oh, damn
Phase
it.
Bolt.
No, just miss a lot.
Gee, that's piercing, and she resists it a little.
No, it's force, isn't it?
No.
Oh, it is
Oh,
piercing.
it's piercing.
Oh, gross. Well, there it
Last
is.
time.
If you want to change
You
your
can do
plan,
something
you
else if you want.
haven't rolled any dice about it yet.
Yeah, okay. I'll change my plan. I didn't realize there was a piercing problem in this house. I'll make this much, much, much worse and cast a second level Blazing Bolt instead.
2 actions? Then you can also target the totem.
But I'll start with her and see if it kills her.
Alright.
Yeah.
First attack roll has advantage.
Hell yeah. Roll again.
First one misses. Sure strike. Is a hit. Nice.
Ooh, that looks so Looks like a 20 on my screen.
Yeah, it sure did.
Yeah.
All right.
I think the rolls are slightly deterministic, and that's exciting to me. I'm curious how they do that. Oh my god, those are almost all
19
sixes. That is so much more than enough. She is still like smoldering around the face, and as she sees this last bolt of fire rushing towards her, in her mind, it's going in slow motion as she has flashes of all of the morning she spent in prayer to the goddess of the sun, worshipping the flame. And here it is to consume her. You watch as she just drops to her knees, curls into the fetal position, and begins to scream and scream and scream until eventually the screaming stops.
Outstanding. I like that she does have to experience that in slow motion because she is still slow.
True, she's still slowed, yeah.
We have to
And
hear her like screaming in pain in slow motion too, though.
second
Like a
attack
head crab
on the totem. Hell yeah.
Objects immune to critical hits.
True, that is true.
That's
does
so
take-
stupid.
Yeah, I know. It does take regular damage though.
It does.
15?
It's odd. It doesn't have any resistance to fire damage. That it might be my fault for making this homebrew
I think
thing,
hardness might.
though. Hardness certainly would apply, but it feels like it should also just resist fire damage. Either way, that is still a hit for good damage.
Yeah.
Still barely.
That- That's it for me.
All right. Some of the gold around the bottom of it starts to melt away as it is just scorched and scorched. Rafik.
Right. Let's see if we can finish it. Damage.
No rush. We've got exactly 17 minutes and 41 seconds until it goes off again.
These dice rolls have been bad for the damage.
Thankfully, with the last 3 getting through hardness, that is enough to shatter this thing. It crumbles. You've destroyed a couple of these so far, and there's always been sort of a magic. The pulse that emanates from this one when it is destroyed is blinding. All of you are dazzled for like a good 10 or 20 seconds as there is just this wave of magical force that is released. Not enough to hurt you, although it is certainly warm. You can just get the sense that you disrupted something big here. This one is a big deal, and it has been destroyed. And you can almost feel the lingering effects of magic that has seeded itself through the earth, is like withdrawn back to this position and bursts up from the ruins of this destroyed obelisk, kind of charring against the top of the ceiling of this chamber in here. And that goes on for like a good 15 or 20 seconds, and then eventually it begins to die down, and everything goes quiet.
Do I know
Might
what's
want to
going on?
back up. The afterglow of this magical discharge might be dangerous to us.
Yeah, fuck you, Dad.
Yeah, fuck his dad.
Yeah,
Please
fuck around
don't.
his dad, honestly. You're Athens.
Yeah, Narafi had many dads.
Did they get fucked?
I don't know. Okay. Maybe?
At least one. I think.
In theory, his mother had all of them, so.
Can I inspect what's left of this totem?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Give me whatever your best spellcasting check is. Occultism or religion will give you the best result. In fact, religion almost certainly is going to be the best option here.
Is occultism like a lot better than Arcana?
No, occultism is about on par with Arcana. I misspoke. I was thinking of the wrong thing.
Oh, no.
I'll
Can I give you an
spend a hero point.
Yeah.
I'll second a religion check.
While she does that, Rafik is going to make the thing into a stake and consign her either to her god or to Jaw. And is like, I don't know if there's a god who wants you, but may you find peace in the afterlife.
Wonderful. And as you plunge the stake in, you do see that the body finally kind of stops twitching and just kind of goes limp. And there's a faint crackle of fire as it continues to smolder away. The rest of you kind of look over what is left of this totem. It's clear to you that it was of great magical significance. It's clear that it harnessed some necromantic power. Jane is able to tell that with her detect magic and just kind of the quick identification. With that said, none of you learn the specifics of it with those rolls. It's some sort of big necromantic thing.
I know I already gave you an arcana for it, but since I've seen other obelisks kind of give you a crafting lean to see if, like, the making of this one is any different structurally.
Sure, you might get something from a crafting check. Let me see.
Does this count as cursed or haunted?
Yeah.
It's definitely not a creature.
Yeah, it's not a creature. It's. I'm going to give you a slant. I'll give you a +2 on it being haunted.
Okay. Then it's this. Plus. Yeah, so just regular. It doesn't go up or down.
Understood.
24.
Kaz with a 14 on crafting. The thing that stands out to you about this one is that it seems to be more recently constructed than the others. In fact, there's evidence that this was installed as recently as, like, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Whereas the old one was almost, like, kind of much older than that. You got the impression. So yeah, you see signs of recent construction down here, like this is built in the past couple of years. Ravik, this looks to be very similar to the other ones that you fought, except bigger, newer, and it has a much more widespread area of effect. You get the sense that this was sending out less frequent pulses, but over a much larger area, as if it was designed to do this kind of mind-controlling effect, not just for like a local little region, but a much bigger sized area.
I wonder if there's anything I could take from it that would help resist it. And then take a drink from the flask. Heal myself. Thank you.
Can I tell how long it's been here?
You can give me a crafting check if you
Oh, Lord.
Castle mentioned he thinks it's been about 2 or 3 years.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. Discard.
I don't get any like any kind of different component or material it's made out of compared to the other ones, though. Or is it just more
it
recent?
seems to be mostly made of just like black marble and some gold-plated steel. That entire symbol is not all pure gold, but it is gold-plated steel. It's clear to you that the material itself is nice, it's fine, but it's not like inherently magical. It's this was the component for a ritual, essentially. It was a conduit, but not inherently magical itself.
Yeah, it was mostly just fishing if it was like some sort of different material that was making the like signal, I guess.
Right.
Stronger.
Yeah, it's very similar to like a Wanderer staff. It is designed to be a channel for magic, but it is not itself magic.
Okay.
We didn't get anything from the roll.
Oh yeah, what's it with the priestess?
Oh,
or
right.
wizard?
As you look over the priestess, you find that she has her staff, which appears it could be pretty valuable. Again, it's just kind of a wizard staff, but it's of good make and it survived all that fire. It could potentially be sold or used as a staff. I'll double check to see what spells are in there, but it does have spells in it, which means it is valuable and useful as loot.
Just hand it over to Jane. She probably has the best use of it, if any.
Hold on. I picked up a whole
Whole what?
a whole feat for this. You show me a magic item, and I will try to trick it.
I'd prefer
Trick
something a little less gaudy. Anyway, it's all yours.
Oh, a staff is difficult to use because you need actual mana slots to use it. You can trick it, but you can't restore its mana.
That's quite a
I know someone who might benefit from a Cyrillin branded staff, actually.
Ah. It could have other uses then.
Yeah. Maybe one of you can hold on to it until I can give it to them. I won't be caught dead holding that gay shit.
Fair enough. It'd be good enough to know what it does at least. So he hands it over to the crafters.
Yeah, if you want to do like a quick identify, you two can try to figure out what spells are inside that.
Yeah, I'll do a quick identify.
Yeah, let's see.
What? Is it just me, or is everything in this place is just a fucking hassle. All this like shit coming across like a new person trying to kill us like every 5 seconds. Christ.
It's actually not as stressful as it was 350 years ago.
We haven't even gotten to where we plant the seed yet either. This is just the path to there.
You know, you really
I would
hit
just-
abandoned ruins. I don't expect it to be filled with so many like fucking vampires and religious zealots trying to convert me. I didn't. It's too much. You're
And
right.
actual demons.
Cast
They're
Like,
just-
what the hell?
I think this adventuring thing kind of sucks, actually. People are trying to kill me. There's dangerous stuff. What's going on?
This is fucking stupid. I'm trying to plant a seed.
Where'd your shirt go, Brad?
Have I been not wearing a shirt this entire session? Because that's Vex's fault.
Oh, that is.
Oh, why? Because it's so cold. We really could all use some parkas.
Yeah, I'm fucking freezing.
You guys will have parkas soon, I promise. I need a like.
Hey,
Can I have
need
the
a
middle finger
deadline.
token too, please?
You want a what token?
The flipping the bird
The
with
flipping
the
bird. It's on
fire.
the list. It's on the list.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a page and a half
Flame
done.
effect.
I'm a page and a half done with the YCH, and then I'll have free time again. I promise.
I believe in you.
With
I'll
a
never.
15 on the Arcana check, you are able to identify some of the more commonly used spells in here. There's a Wall of Fire, 4th level spell. There's Fireball and Haste, both 3rd level spells. Dispel Magic as well, 3rd level. There's a Flaming Sphere. There's a Color Spray. There's a Mirror Image. Invisibility. A lot of kind of the standard arsenal. Notably, you don't see a Dominate spell in the staff. That must have been coming from something or somewhere else.
Yeah. Does she have a spell book on her?
Double checking.
I don't think clerics have spell books if she's a cleric, but she seems to be a wizard.
It is noteworthy as you study this. It's unusual. She clearly is religious, although she seems to be an arcanist, not a cleric. Or at least the stuff that you saw in this fight just now for the past 18 seconds was mostly arcane magic and then whatever that weird dominate thing is. So there's multiple things going on.
Probably a vampire thing, honestly.
Certainly could be.
In that case, if she's got the spellbook, very interested.
Double checking how this works. She does. Her spellbook is the crown across her head. You can see that she kind of uses that as a focus and does sort of a little prayer ritual with it. It's a very unusual blend of, like, she's clearly religious, but all of her magic is arcane.
Interesting.
Can I
Can
get
you
them
glean?
spell?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you just get that for free? Is there no check involved? I think you just get
I
it,
don't
right?
know how this works.
Sick. I'll look
You
that up.
can-
Don't ask me questions about
It's
my
like-
character.
It's like scrolls. You don't really expend anything in the spell book, but you can spend money to scroll it in.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And I seem to remember from the Bill thing that you can just learn what's in the spellbook by studying.
Yeah, I think I just have to spend money on it.
Sick. I'm just gonna fucking screen cap her whole spellbook then.
Delicious.
Are they all blood based? Are they all mind control based? Is there one that makes you swallow someone whole?
There's probably 2 or 3 that make you swallow someone whole.
This is PFT. This is
If
PFT.
you just swallow someone whole, you get all their blood. It's
True.
more efficient.
That's a real science fact, by the way.
Big chunk, yeah.
Not a single drop wasted. You get all their fluids. There's probably a vampire legend out there where they only drink the vial.
Yuck.
Was this basically all there was in this
Jesus
room
Christ.
for
So
She
many
has an
spells.
empty spell slot. Drag spell here.
So she had
Get
2
good.
ranks of color spray on there. She had it prepared twice.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Now that you've just done this beautiful thing for me, in fact, will you actually just like post it over and tell me we're somewhere?
Yeah. I've made a note. I'll grab it as soon as we get out.
Okay,
for,
thanks.
for now, though, as we are approaching midnight, what do you guys do? What's the plan?
We
Seems
can
like we're done here for the
continue.
most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go a little further into the other path, I think, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
I appreciate all your help.
Don't mention it. I said I wasn't gonna help you take down your dad, and here we fucking are.
Well, looks like my dad.
Yeah, just a piece of your dad or whatever.
I don't even know what it is, actually. I was never trained.
What?
I was never
You don't know
shown
what any
stuff it is.
Did we pick up any of the obelisk pieces on the way out?
You can if you'd like, yeah.
Yeah, Rafik picks up.
Yeah, if
is
they're up
gold,
here, yeah.
Yeah, is gold like a magical circuit, a good magical circuit or conductor?
It's a pretty decent conductor. It's not particularly like it's not like dragon bone, but it can be used as a magical conduit. Yeah.
Makes sense. I wonder if we can take this symbol and slowly melt the gold of it.
Kaz, you're a crafter with a specific focus in metallurgy. You could absolutely take this and try to like get the gold separated from the steel, deplate it.
But yeah, does my very expensive portable workshop have a crucible in it?
It might. I'd have to double check, but if it does, I mean, it'll still take some time to actually do it. I would need to go Google, see how you deplate something, but yeah.
We'll be
I've got
traveling for a few
the
days.
Alchemist's lab. I think I can melt down metal.
Then yeah, you've got like a big fucking steel with gold plating thing. You can mark that in your inventory. I'll make a note and find out how much it's actually worth.
And can I get a piece of like its black marble?
Yeah, I imagine since Kaz took so much interest in trying to like differentiate this one from the earlier obelisks, I'll take a piece of that too.
Perfect, excellent. You guys each grab a piece of the like black jet marble. You can make a note of that in your inventory. And with that, I believe you guys continue down the cave.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A few hours pass until eventually you start to hear the sound of rushing wind, and you see daylight breaking through the mouth of the cave. What do you do as you start to approach the cave opening?
Make sure the little orb thingies are out and hidden.
Understood.
Out of the sun.
Where are they specifically?
I'm keeping
Whoever has
mine in my legally distinct bag of holding.
Okay.
And I can put them all
Drifter
there if everybody
swallows
else
them.
wants to. But
We'll keep them there with the knowledge that you can give them the branch if he asks for it, I guess.
Excellent. All right. Then, anything else as you guys approach, or do you just kind of step out?
I had a great spell for this moment that I now don't
Yeah.
have the slots for.
Can we just wait to see if there's anyone like nearby?
You can absolutely give me like a stealth check and a perception check to scout ahead and see if there's anything.
Yeah,
And
let's
I'll
do
do
that.
that. If anybody wants to join him, now is the chance. Otherwise, I'll go roll it for Brand.
How big was that symbol that I brought off of that?
I'll
It was
get you an
very
exact
close.
size.
Go roll.
It-
Okay.
It's pretty big though. It's like probably a good 3 or 4 feet across.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, it's pretty huge.
Most of it is like steel, but there's a bit of like
Yeah, it's
plating on it.
gold-plated
Steel.
steel essentially.
Okay. I wasn't sure if it was iron or steel. Misheard.
maybe you can repurpose the steel as well.
Yeah.
Some metallurgist out there is screaming, "You can't gold-plate
Yeah.
steel." Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you can. I'll find out over the
They
week
have
as I do
magic
my.
in this world. Silence.
Hey, our metallurgists here in the Anthropology family, just get in the comments.
Not to break it to you, but you can gold plate fucking anything.
I was gonna say, I feel like you could plate almost anything. Anyway,
There's
you,
a lot of those. Hey, I hate to offend a whole other possible sub crowd of our watchers, but hey, if you believe in crystal spiritual healing, aqua aura, angel aura, all of those subsets, that's just honey. That's just a quartz crystal that they've coated in gold. It's not
Hey,
real.
all you crystal healing people out there in the Anthropology family, just get in the comments. Let us know about banning Kaz.
Branch
Do it.
and
You can't.
Rafik sneak up a little bit and start to just kind of watch.
I wanted
from
to
the
be
mouth of
involved
the
in
cat.
this too, but
Okay.
I was ranting about.
Give me stealth and perception.
Yeah,
Then.
sorry.
Sorry, this is just for like scouting, right? We don't all
Yeah,
need to
just
be
for
doing this.
scouting. Yeah. Oh my god, guys.
At least
Maybe
the
this-
stealths have been okay.
Okay.
See, you say that before I've rolled.
Okay, you guys all three make your way up towards the mouth of the cave, where you essentially try to hunker down behind some rocks and look out and make sure that you are scouting the place. There is a point where
I dropped my vandal.
You drop, yeah. I think that's what has to happen. You drop the same one again, and they just kind of clack and bang and start rolling back down the cave towards Jane, who's waiting like 30 or 40 feet back.
As soon as that happens, I cast this spell on the magic seed we're supposed to be planting to make it appear non-magical.
Okay, wonderful. Good to know. Good to know. Eventually, you get your thing and you sneak back up and you continue to watch for a bit. And you find that the cave opens up into kind of just a quiet little, like, what is the word for it? Like a little pasture? That's not the word I'm looking for. There's a small stretch of grass, like maybe 200 or 300 feet away from a castle wall. And you can see that it's lightly wooded. So essentially, there's the castle, then there's a little stretch of grass around it for a few hundred feet, and then there are woods, and this cave opens up into those woods. Which is to say, there doesn't seem to be anything or anyone immediately nearby. You're kind of just like overlooking the castle from a short distance away in the nearby woods. Firebreak. What a good word. What a good word. Thanks, Twitch.
Firebreak?
Yeah, the gap between the woods and the structure so that if there's a fire, it doesn't destroy the castle.
Oh.
Is there and there doesn't seem to be like signs of it like guard activity this far out or anything?
No, not with those perception checks. You guys don't spot anything nearby. You definitely see there are people up on the walls. There are people in the parapets that are kind of watching. You can see that there is a street that kind of leads out where you see soldiers that are kind of coming and going idly. There's like a little hamlet over towards the southwest where there are people working. And then obviously lots of things going on inside of the castle. But where you're at right now seems to be undisturbed and there's nobody nearby.
They'll reward us more if we fucking put the seed closer, but here seems like a good spot. If we don't give it a bunch of a shit, not going in ourselves.
Well, they don't want to be that close.
Yes, I don't think they would want it right at the back door or anything. Somewhere inconspicuous, right here in the tree line, probably.
Yeah. How does it work again? It's for 24 hours?
So essentially, or you got if you know it in character.
No, I was about to ask you how it worked again.
Gotcha. Essentially, you just put it under the ground. You dig a little hole, you put it under the ground, and they activate it from the other side when they're ready. It will grow up into a tree and make a portal through that tree that they can emerge through.
How long does the portal last?
When they open it, it'll last for 24 hours. It does not activate immediately upon planting. So you guys literally just have to plant it somewhere. That's all you have to do.
And does the tree grow like instantaneously?
It'll grow when they activate it. It'll grow instantaneously, yeah.
Yeah, then if this spot's like isolated and like close enough to the castle, we can just put it down right now.
Near the tree line definitely seems fitting, and especially if we tell them about this little tunnel they might be able to access underneath.
Would the tree also be their escape route?
Yes,
I believe
presumably.
so.
It can't be 1 day away because otherwise they can't come back to it without it closing.
It's not. Is it 1 day away from the castle?
It's a few hundred feet from the castle.
Yeah,
Oh,
say,
this
I
is-
thought we were
You could jog to the castle in a minute or two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is perfect. This is a good place. We just need
Yeah.
to make it. Can we find the best place to put it in where it's kind of hidden?
Absolutely. That feels like either survival or possibly stealth to me.
I've got the right roll for this.
Oh yeah, you're
Not even
got-
trains.
Trains.
Oh my god.
Oh, that is a great roll for this.
And
yeah.
if it's specifically good, then there's a +2 or 5.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Jane, you find a brilliant spot. It's kind of like down in a gutter so that there's not going to be a direct line of sight when they emerge. It even kind of blends in with the natural trees around it. It's like something was recently uprooted here and it would make sense for a new thing to show up. You find a great hiding spot is what I'm getting at here. And I'll make a note of that in case it becomes important later.
I'm really into trees.
Hi, my name is Jane. I like trees and trains and
I love trees and I hate puzzles.
I'm Jane and I like trees and time and trains. I don't like puzzles so much.
She likes puzzles, but the eldritch creature behind her head hates it.
Oh, true,
Right.
true. Jane loves puzzles.
Jane loves puzzles.
All right. Do you go and plan it?
Yes, I will plant the seed.
Perfect. You pack it down with your agriculture check. You even do a very good job of kind of covering it up so it doesn't look like the earth was recently worked. It looks like nobody was here. It's like nothing happened at all. It's probably about 3 or 4 in the afternoon at this point. The sun is still pretty high. What's the plan now? You guys know that what's the plan now? What do you guys do?
We're
Your mission
done.
is theoretically complete.
Is there anything else you all need?
Not specifically, but regarding the deal we just made with the devil.
That we should probably get that going.
Does somebody... Yeah, I know you have the recording. Has anyone here met somebody that we can send this message to?
Have
Like,
I?
met them in person.
Have I met the queen?
Oh my god. Fuck. Maybe. Boy.
I've probably been.
I was going
Yeah.
to say I hadn't considered this. You know what? Let me set a DC here. It's going to be a society
Yeah.
check for sure, and it's not unreasonable that in life you met the queen. I'm going to call this
It's also, I was very young when I was taken around. I was.
right. Literally, the opening
yeah,
scene
doing
was
thing.
being taken around doing baby politics stuff so that you learned how
Yeah.
politics worked. I'm going to call this that is true, but also Cyrillin really didn't like De La Muerto, so it would be kind of a
Yeah.
stretch. I'm going to call this a DC.
They also were attacking us literally at the time.
True.
So,
True.
who knows?
I'm going to call
Maybe they
this
invited us to pull us away.
a DC. We'll do DC 15. I keep bouncing between 14 and 16. I'm just going to take the average.
Right.
This is a DC 15 society check for you.
This is a -1.
Good
So
luck.
let's see
I believe.
how fucking hilarious
Wait,
this
wait,
would
wait,
be.
wait, wait, wait. Don't do
Yeah,
it
good. Yeah, go ahead.
yet. I said it
Let's
first.
see-
You did
Yeah,
say
you
it
said
first. What
first.
you got?
I've got fucking diviner sight.
All right, let's see what you
Oh.
get.
18, right? Oh, hopefully.
Oh,
D6
Oh,
roll.
it's the same
so
thing.
close.
Yep.
That's all I got.
Unfortunately, you think back and you know that there was like one really tense meeting that was held when you were very young, but your father did not think it was a good idea to bring you to a meeting with one of their worst enemies.
Yeah.
This is-
So did I
so
meet
they-
anyone else who wasn't the queen?
Boy. I think I'm going to lump that into the same one. I don't think you would have met a lot of high-ranking people in Cyrillin.
Yeah, and this is a similar stretch because I know Cyril is one of my biggest enemies too. But I'm a black market arms dealer. Can I give you an underworld check to see if I?
That's kind of a
yeah.
fun angle. It's going to be difficult, but clearly you've demonstrated that Cyrillin is not above doing underworld dealings with Gorchiga. The problem is that you need to find somebody who is extremely high up, somebody who would know about secret missions.
and that's why I know that it's a bigger stretch because it's like
Yeah.
higher up, and they also have to know about this. I'm sure I've sold to Cyrillin people
Yeah.
whether I liked to or not before. But I'll roll this.
I'll let you make a roll as well. I'm going to call this, this will be Underworld, but the DC is going to be much higher. I'm going to put this at a DC 20 Underworld lore check.
Duke.
Okay. Miss Jane,
Mhm.
I've seen you open up arcane these windows after really very little experience with them. I was
Said
wondering if it's possible for you to do something to those orbs that send the message. Could you maybe, you and Kaz, because you're both very good at this, combine the whistling bone and the orb to replace the message and have
what
it
What a delightful idea. Do I feel like that's possible?
I
With
love
one of
that
the
idea.
abilities I use?
Yes,
It's like programming, right?
yeah, that certainly seems within reason. When they're first made, you can put any message you want into these things. So essentially, you're just trying to carefully remove the message that was in there and replace it with a message of your own, which you can play back from the bone. Yeah, this feels like... I'll let you guys do a group check here if one of you does crafting and one does arcana.
I believe in you guys.
I believe in myself.
I'll go ahead and give you the crafting.
That's natural.
That's very good.
Jane is so good at this.
Oh,
And you're so
Hell,
good.
yes.
This is amazing.
you guys make it look fucking easy. You guys take a second, you go back into the cave so you're not exposed to the sun, and you spend like 30 minutes to an hour, maybe. Essentially just unwinding the spell or the message that was in there, and then stuffing in a new spell. I assume that you just literally play back what is in the bone. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. Can we preserve the old message? Like I don't
With
know
a-
how we would preserve it.
With
Copying
227s, absolutely, for sure.
One of them is a crit.
I don't even know. So, like, you can certainly just write it down. If you want to preserve it in their own voice, you need something to transfer it into. You know what? I'll let you stuff one message into the other one. So you essentially have two messages stuffed into one of the other stones now.
Sweet, I love it.
Perfect.
Sweet.
What do you
Yeah,
do?
once the message from Devilface McDevil is in, I guess I'll just walk out and raise it up to the sun.
Yeah. You watch as the clouds almost seem to momentarily part. There's a tiny little god ray that shoots down into your hands, and the stone dissolves into this bright, kind of shimmering reddish dust up into the aether. About 2-3 minutes pass, and then you start to smell sulfur. There's a of black smoke, and a little leather bag just drops to the ground in front of all of you.
3 months,
God.
more like 3 hours.
I open that bag up and look for the chronotriorite.
You find a piece of chronotriorite, a very small piece of moonstone, a hastily scrawled, "Shit, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect you to do this so quickly. I will write it overnight and I will send it to you in the morning, but I will tell you everything that I knew about this job. And I believe that concludes our business. It's been wonderful dealing with you."
The source of the chronotriorite, though.
Oh, and he'll include that as well, too.
Yeah, does he sign his name at the bottom of that hastily scrawled letter? I want a contract for this too.
Also, I believe him to be in violation of the contract by not fulfilling it when we did. So
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my God,
You're
yes.
not wrong, actually.
Yes, violation of the contract. Hello.
Fuck. He's
What
gonna
do we
get,
Jackals puts on his lawyer wig.
he's gonna get flogged when he gets back to hell. All right,
Oh.
wonderful. I will absolutely get those written up for you, and I will send them over the
He
course
just
of the week.
spontaneously combusts and we
I'll
have
give
XP
you-
for him.
I'll give you the Cliff's Notes, because I know the Cliff's Notes, I just don't have it written up in his fun legal voice. Essentially, with the chronotriorite, he tells you there's a secret passageway, the code is 76, whatever the fuck it was. There's a
course.
little alcove with a stone pedestal. I opened it up, I took it out. Congratulations, that's where the chronotriorite came from.
I see. Okay, well that makes sense now.
Yep. And then the nature of the dealings with Cyrillin is that he was contacted through a demonic summoning ritual. He was told that he needed to come to this place, defend the agents as they escorted him to a dragon. He guessed that it was Threnaliax, but they would not confirm that. But he has a pretty good reason to believe that it was Threnaliax. He knows that 3 other devils were contracted at the same time. He tells you the date, and it lines up with when the assassination of the king and his counts happened. Or, sorry, his dukes happened. And as they were traveling, they told him that they needed to use his services early, to use the chains that he had summoned, to kill those dragons. It didn't work so great, so they were bargaining to try to get more chains from him to use when they got to the real dragon. However, during those battles, they each got bit by the undead dragons themselves, and over the couple of days
they're
following...
Vampire dragon.
Yeah, the impression that you get is the dragons were vampires. They bit them, and they were converted to thralls over the course of a few days.
Jesus. So it does. The takeaway then is that even though their mission went south, Cyrillin was behind the assassination of the old king.
That seems to be the implication, yeah. It's a devil of Baelus. He probably isn't lying. That's what he was told. That is his information, yes.
My God.
This is good information to have. We can't prove it's right to most people, but, you know.
I don't give a fuck about this information. I've got to try right. Just kidding.
Does anyone mind if I have this moonstone?
That's all I wanted was this. She holds up the chronotriorite. The rest is for y'all to divvy up how you see fit.
Do you guys mind if I hold this $10 million?
Yeah, you want the whole
Can I
thing?
hold on to this 10 mil?
Not the whole.
It's not that much, but it is a lot. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. We can either sell it or because that would help very much. But this is a very big conduit of vital energy.
Or a big bargaining chip.
Mhm.
Just say we know that Cyrillin wants Moonstone. She's been on the hunt for that bit that fell in Abelbend, so could be a, like you said, bargaining chip.
Fuck Zero, then I'm thinking of the Elijah.
That works too.
Yeah.
Certainly,
It's very valuable.
certainly my soul is a pittance compared to That chunk of the fucking moon.
One would think. Alright. It sounds like the plan is you're going back through the tunnel to Pi and then presumably just back to the guild. Is that true?
I'm actually
That
just going to
seems-
walk straight to Farinax of Ax's house.
Do you guys can if you want. You tell me what you do.
No, I'm kidding. I'll wait till we regroup and figure things out.
Alright, wonderful. Of note, Jane has sent a dream to Ruko and Foster. They have not had a chance to receive that dream yet, but they might, and they might respond. So on your way back, the first night that you sleep, you might get a message. We can sort that out between sessions. We're about to have a big break coming up soon anyway, so we'll kind of figure out what's going on from
We
there.
level up. We level up.
You guys level up.
Hell yeah.
You guys are level
Hell
7 now.
Level
Oh.
7? I don't even know what happens at level 7.
I don't either. We're going to
Do I
find
get
out
level
together.
4 spells?
I think you do. Pretty sure. Pretty sure it's every odd level.
Jesus. Thrilling stuff.
You get a master proficiency in something now.
Ooh, delicious.
Oh, yeah, that's a big You're right.
Alright, gang. I'm gonna call it quits for tonight.
Hell yeah. I'm going to
Right,
wind us
Captain.
down. Good game.
Bye, everybody.
You know? Thanks for hanging.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors thrived under the sun. Our children they fed to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brother's blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward of Eden, where men become